Good morning, guten morgen, buenos dias, god morgon, and welcome to the very first digital Svemin environmental conference. We are broadcasting live from a studio right below the Svemin office here in downtown Stockholm. We are very excited to spend the next 2 days with you to talk about one of our favorite topics, sustainable raw materials supply. My name is Emma Hardmark and I'm a Director of Communications at Svemin, and I will be moderating this event and do my best to stick to the schedule. This pandemic doesn't come with many advantages, but one surely is the increased easiness to have global speakers attending conferences. We are very happy to have with us today and tomorrow more than 30 speakers talking live from Belgium, Switzerland, Canada, Luleå, Gothenburg, Umeå, Kiruna, Boliden, Karlstad, Uppsala, London, Berlin, and from here in Stockholm. The international presence is the reason why we have chosen to give this conference in English. If you have any questions or thoughts to share with our speakers, please let us know. There will be, at the end of each of our 5 sessions, there will be a panel discussion with our presenters and sometimes even a few additional speakers. So they will all be happy to take questions from you. And my colleague Linus Ljungström will now explain how to ask a question in this format. Linus?
Good morning. My name is Linus and I will take care of your questions during this conference. We will use Menti, so please go to menti.com and enter the code 6839136 to get to this conference presentation. We will ask you some questions, but above all, we would like you to ask questions to the speakers. You can ask questions on all the slides and write your name and to whom the question is for. Keep in mind that we are running a tight schedule, so questions from the audience will be answered as time allows. Feel free to use the mobile device to log on to Menti. And again, that's menti.com. The code is 6839 and 136. Back to you, Emma.
Thank you, Linus. As I mentioned, this is the very first digital conference that we host, so please be patient would we run into any technical or other troubles along the way. The theme for this year's environmental conference, as well as this opening session, is sustainable raw materials supply. How does the modern society meet the need for metals and minerals in a truly sustainable way? Just a week ago, European leaders launched the European Raw Materials Alliance, ERMA, as one of the actions connected to the recently updated critical raw materials list. For Sweden, being one of the main mining countries within the EU, ERMA will mean a great deal. Sweden has good potential for over half of the elements on the critical raw materials list. And we are in the front line regarding skills and development of technologies, production efficiency and environment protection and sustainability. If European and Swedish policymakers are serious about production of sustainable raw materials and this quest to reduce the dependency on import, primary production here in Europe and especially in the Nordics should be promoted, not hindered, as we unfortunately see many examples of today. Well, enough said as an introduction. Let's start. 1 year ago, she had just started her new assignment as CEO of the Swedish Mining Association. Now, she has learned to tell the difference between a rock and a hard place. I'd like to welcome Maria Sunnér Fleming.
Thank you very much, Emma, for that. I hope I can see the difference now. And very much welcome to all of you in this conference, the Svemin First Environment Conference that goes digital. And as Emma said, the overarching theme of this is sustainable supply of raw materials, which also is very much in the focus of the society discussion today. If we are going to go green and digital, how are we going to get all these materials that we will need in this this transition? From how much will we need and what kind of materials? From where will we get them? And under what conditions are they produced? Many of these things are themes that we are going to discuss during these days. And as was mentioned earlier, the EU Commission just launched their raw material strategy with 10 action points, of which one was further developed last week with the Raw Material Alliance that was launched. And as Emma said, the updated list of the critical raw materials is very important for a mining country like Sweden, where we see that we have the possibility to mine over half of these elements. Even though we don't do that today, we have still hurdles in developing new mines in Sweden, as well as in the rest of Europe. The permitting process is one of these things that we need to work on in order to streamline and make more efficient. But these 2 days, we are going to have several more information around what makes mining sustainable. This first session is going to be more overarching on the sustainable supply of raw materials, but then we are also going to hear more about several of the themes that are extremely important when we actually do a sustainable mine. Biodiversity, water management, tailing dam safety, and how can we certificate and trace that we are actually doing this in a sustainable way. So we are very happy that we have got together this very interesting conference with all these knowledgeable speakers from all over the world, really. So we would very much like to welcome you, everybody, to this conference. But before I leave the word back to Emma, I just want to say also that Svemin is facing a critical situation during next year because our many-year environment expert Lars-Åke is leaving us due to retirement. So we are actually looking for a new, very knowledgeable person in order to replace Lars-Åke. So this is your chance, all of you out there working with environmental issues in the mining sector, to come forward and make contact. That we would be very interested in getting to know you. So thank you, and back to Emma.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. As we all know, the modern society is such, and the green transition increases the demand for metals and minerals. And there are a lot of opinions out there on this matter, but we want to open this conference by getting the facts straight. And we will do this by inviting Professor Kristina Vanhainen of Luleå Technical University. She will set the scene for us. Please, Kristina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emma. And good morning, everyone. I will try to share my screen now. There we go. So, can you see my screen now and hear me, I hope?
Yeah.
Emma?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, so my name is Kristina Vanhainen, and I'm chair professor in ore geology at LTU, Luleå University of Technology, and I will talk briefly about the demand for minerals and metals, about Sweden as mining nation today, and then I will focus a little bit more on the potential of the Swedish bedrock. So these are two pictures that I believe many of you are familiar with, and they actually give us the answer to why we see this accelerating demand for minerals and metals right now. And first, to the left, we have human populations and economies that are increasing. And we can also see an increased standard of living in many developing countries. And secondly, to the right, innovations and new technologies during the last hundreds of years have constantly increased. It has constantly increased not only the volume, but also the number of metals and minerals that we use. And above all, we now have a very steep rise of green energy technologies that is expected to lead to a significant growth in the demand of both base and critical metals. And so one way of meeting this demand is, of course, by recycling the metals that we have used, and we are actually very good at this. In Europe, almost 100% of the base metals used in daily life is recycled. But this does not account for the critical metals. So if we look at the metals contained in a mobile phone, for example, down to the left and right, and we compare that with the periodic table at the top right, showing the degree of recycling for different elements, it's obvious that half of the material used in a phone isn't recycled at all today, or less than 1%. So we simply do not know yet how to recycle these metals, and the phone also is not produced in such a way that it's meant to be recycled. So this is, of course, a big challenge that we have. And another thing maybe that we tend to forget about when it comes to the recycling of today is that huge amounts of base metals are bound in infrastructure for very, very long periods of time, and in that sense are not really accessible. So we can summarize by saying that metals and minerals are natural resources that are indispensable for the sustainable development of our society. And we can also state that fossil-free energy requires more metals than fossil-produced energy. And I think the electric cars is a very good example of this, because if we look, of course, we have the battery metals added for the electric car, cobalt and lithium and so on. But also the base metals. If we look at copper, for example, we need 3 times more copper in the electric car. And if we look at nickel, it's even 10 times more nickel in the electric car than in the fossil, the petrol car. So it's very clear. And you can also see the other green technologies with solar panels and windmills, that it's a lot of metals that are needed to build this. So demand increases for sure, and while recycling will play an important role in meeting demand, the primary production will still be needed. And a sustainable development therefore requires a combination of several actions. So less consumption, of course. We need improved recycling and also improved product design so that we can recycle in a better way. And improved extraction techniques are also very important so that we can actually utilize the ores and the tailings and waste material in a more efficient way. But also exploration for new resources. And of course, there are also other things that we should think of. But I would like to emphasize that this primary production will still be needed, since I can see also on EU level that this is still not really understood, I would say. So how does Sweden then contribute to the supply of metals? Well, as most of you know, Sweden is a major player in mining within EU. We are the #1 producer of iron, lead and zinc, and on 2nd, 3rd and 4th place when it comes to silver, copper and gold. And also to the right, the diagram to the right, we can see that if we look at the world production, Sweden actually stands for 1 to 2 or even more % of the world production for most of these metals. EU produces about 3% and consumes more than 20% of the yearly global metal production. And of course, there's a bit of a mismatch there. A continuous addition of metals is required, but very few giant deposits have been discovered lately, and no new mines have opened in Sweden in 12 years. So we keep saying that there is a good potential to find more metals in Sweden, but how can we actually claim that? What do we build that on? So in ore geology, which is my research subject, we study the processes that concentrate metals and minerals in the crust. And most ore deposits are related to specific geological environments, so where the most productive then are mantle plumes, continental rift zones, and continental arcs. And to the left here, you can see the bedrock map of Sweden produced by the Swedish Geological Survey. and where the different colors are different rock types. And we can then see from studying these different rock types that we've actually had these types of environments in Sweden about 1 to 2 billion years ago. So therefore we can state that we have areas where the geology allows certain ore types to occur. So what do we know about the potential then? Well, SGU recently mapped the occurrences of innovation critical metals in existing deposits based on resource estimations, and also in general in Sweden based on both old and new chemical data. So these mineralizations that you see on the map to the left, they are a fact. We know that they exist and we know a little or quite a lot about them. So if we look closer at lithium, for example, the orange dots in this map. So the supply of lithium comes from two main sources globally. It's either lithium brines, as you see to the left, and or it's pegmatites, a certain type of pegmatite. And since we don't have brines or salars here in Sweden, we focus on the pegmatites. And lithium-rich pegmatites are quite rare, and they make up only about 0.1% of all known pegmatite occurrences. And they are formed from specific type of magmas generated by melting of metasedimentary rocks in the crust. And they occur in crustal domains, including significant amounts of metasedimentary rocks. So it's a very specific type of environment to look for. So then we can use that in order to actually find them. So what else do we know about them? We know that many lithium pegmatites have been documented in Sweden, mostly due to coincidences during early mapping and exploration activities quite long time ago. So a lot in the 80s, 70s and 80s. So we can add these occurrences to the map, although in this case we know nothing about grades, chemistry, anything like that. We only know that a lithium mineral have been found in a pegmatite at these locations where you see the stars. So what about the totally unknown then? We have 4% outcrop exposure in Sweden. The rest is hidden beneath the moraine. So we can just imagine what we haven't yet found, I would say. And we can do the same exercise with vanadium, for example, just to show that this map can be built upon, I think. So if we look at vanadium, the supply of vanadium comes from 4 main sources, and 2 of these are relevant for the Swedish bedrock. So we have the titanomagnetite with vanadium in layered intrusions, and we have shale-hosted vanadium deposits. So what else do we know then from the map that SGU has compiled? Well, again, we have put in some more stars here. We know more occurrences that have been documented due to coincidences. So it's people that have been out and just happen to fall on one of these occurrences, and they have reported it. So we don't know much else. So to me, it's kind of obvious that if we want to know more about the actual potential of the Swedish bedrock, there is a clear need to develop capacity in geological mapping and actually look into these mineralizations that we know of and look them up more carefully and in more detail. So the potential for Sweden to provide more metals, of course, also lies in the already crushed material produced at our present and also historic mines. So if we list the metals and minerals studied in waste dumps and tailings in Swedish mines, we will end up with at least half of those listed as critical metals by EU, if not more, maybe 70%. So this is, of course, the low-hanging fruits from a more urgent supply risk perspective that we should also develop here in Sweden. So time is running out, so I will just end with this one. So nowadays we work with 4D modeling of the entire ore districts in Sweden, and also with 3D visualization of ore minerals in drill cores and in rocks by tomography, to do more efficient exploration and to be able to predict the recovery of metals, to better utilize ores and tailings, as I mentioned before. And so I would like to end there and just say that a lot more can be done. Most of these occurrences were found long time ago, and since then not so much have been studied on them. And with these new technologies that we have, I think we could really do some studies and be able to tell the actual potential more clearly. So I will end there. Thank you very much.
More geologists are needed. Okay, should I repeat? Okay, cool. Thank you, Christina. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. It was an excellent first presentation for this long environmental conference that we set the scene straight. But what I understand from your presentation is that there is a lot more out there to be found, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Or identified, explored. But that would require a lot more geologists than mining engineers, right?
Yes, I think the geological mapping has decreased in Sweden. So we need those skills again to build up those skills.
Being a professor at the mining university, how intense is the course demand from potential students this fall? How interested are the students of today for these kind of educations?
There is I would not say a huge interest. We have difficulties, maybe that the youth nowadays are very interested in these green technologies, the green shift, but they maybe don't relate that to the mining industry, or rather the opposite. So that's our challenge, to actually convince them that this is where you should develop your skills if you want to work with the green shift.
I agree. What do you think? What ought to be done to raise the awareness in the general public? Like you said, people in general are not aware of where metals come from and where they are, how much they are needed in our modern society. What ought to be done to bridge that gap, as you see it?
I think that we should be more communicative. We need to, we lack geology in the basic school in Sweden and in many countries. There's too little room for geology in school, so people haven't heard about it and they don't really know what it is. So that's the real problem, I would say.
Okay, so geology should be like a back to the school, the compulsory school. Okay, thank you very much, Christina. Do you, as a viewer, have any questions for Christina? Please ask the question like my colleague Linus explained earlier. You go to the menti.com platform and you use our conference code 6839136. So 6839136. Okay. As I mentioned in my introduction, the European Raw Materials Alliance will mean a great deal for a mining country such as Sweden. And we will soon dig into the details in this document. But first, I would like to check what you know about barriers, what's hindering. So I would like you to go to the Menti platform, like I mentioned, and use the passcode 6839136. And could we, Magnus, the studio guy, could we have the first Menti question on screen? Great. Now we should all see the question. What is the main barrier to Europe improving its metal self-sufficiency in the next decade? Is it availability of finance, or is it regulatory environment, or is it global competition, or societal acceptance? So go to the Menti platform and vote. And we can use this as a background when I start talking about the introduction of our next speaker, because the next speaker will give us the answer, the correct answer of this poll. And he is the Director of Communications and Public Affairs of Eurometaux. So it's Chris Heron. Please join us.
There we go. Okay, yeah, great to be here. It reminds me actually of being in Sweden last April, where I had the pleasure of visiting Boliden's Aitik mine in northern Sweden. Not only was it an opportunity to show off to friends and family about being in an Arctic climate for the first time, I was also able to see the launch of their new electrified mining trolley to drastically help to reduce emissions. And I think that really brings together two principles of the presentation today, principles of resilience and sustainability, and furthering Europe's raw materials agenda. In my presentation, I'm going to cover three elements. First, I'm going to touch on metals to supply Europe's green and digital transition. I think very complementary messages to those we already heard from Christina, with our view on why Europe needs a competitive and sustainable value chain. I'm also going to talk about the investment potential into European metals from our membership and where we see our companies are looking to invest when the conditions are right. Finally, I'm going to touch upon those four parameters we had on the quiz, regulatory conditions that needed those investments to happen, and talk about four pillars that we think will be needed in the next 5 to 10 years to make sure the ambitions can become reality. Before I dive into those details, just a quick introduction to Eurometaux. We're the trade association representing Europe's collective non-ferrous metals value chain. Our members are active from the mine through to the end of life. And you can see in the slides, it's quite wide-ranging across the EU member states. Over 900 large-scale facilities, plus SMEs, and around 500,000 direct jobs. And within that, we always point to the example of Sweden and also Finland as one of the only areas of Europe where we have a fully functioning raw materials value chain at each stage. We've mentioned a lot the mining, but we also have Europe's largest electronics recycler in Rönnskär in Sweden and many other operations. So when we talk about raw materials going forwards, I can only agree that Sweden will for sure be at the center of plans. And that's so important, as we know, and that reiterates a message from Christina, because much higher volumes of these metals and minerals will be required for Europe's green and digital transition. My slide is showing a World Bank study published earlier this year, which really showed globally the scale of metals and minerals we'll need from technologies ranging from vehicles to solar power to wind and batteries. They projected that up to 500% of some metals will be required for the global energy transition. And as Christina said, that's for sure the specialty metals like lithium, cobalt, and rare earths, but it's also base metals, aluminium, copper, and nickel in a range of applications. And our conviction as an industry is that Europe really needs to have a full and sustainable metals value chain at each stage. Just breaking that down into three parts on this screen. First, clearly, circular economy must be a central priority. We think Europe has to make use of all the metals it can that it's disposing of. Metals have permanent properties which situates them very well for a circular economy, as long as the economic and technical case can be there for their recycling. We're already doing great things with base and precious metals. We also need to advance and address a lot of the critical metals moving forwards. And that needs to be combined with looking into our sustainable mining capacity, for sure in the Nordics, but also Iberia, Balkans, Ireland, and more. There's a lot of potential there to build up sustainable mining in complement to recycling, and we'll definitely need both. And thirdly, we can't forget the refining and fabrication stages, what we need to take the raw material through to the product and applications. And we think there's great potential to invest into value-added steps for transferring the raw materials to the market. And other areas of the world, such as China, have been very effective there. Clearly, we're going to need all steps together. We're also going to need a diversified global supply to go alongside that. And an added challenge you see at the bottom of the diagram is that we have to align all of these steps with our climate neutrality and zero pollution goals, which we'll address later in the presentation. We really welcome the Raw Materials Alliance, which has already been mentioned, as a welcome model to start to tackle this challenge. I won't go into too many details on it, but we're really happy to see all of these metals and minerals to be targeted, to have the opportunity for consultation, to address bottlenecks, to look at concrete investment cases, and build societal understanding and acceptance. For us, a key success factor is going to be having a dialogue opportunity, bringing all parties around the table, and within that, we have to look at the environmental social challenges as well. That's what I wanted to say on the first part. Now I'll just dive into investment potential on European metals, where companies are looking to invest. We've done a survey of our membership to check what investments are there in the pipeline, either currently announced or to be announced in the future, where companies are looking to make progress, but might not be able to currently due to various financial or regulatory conditions. One message I want to give at the top is that if we're not investing, then in the next 10 to 20 years, our import reliance will increase further. You can see on this slide in the middle column, Europe's global share at each of the different value chain stages. We know that we have a very low share of the world total for our mining capacity, and even lower for our critical raw materials capacity. That builds up for our smelting and refining. And in recycling, we actually perform extremely well. Around a third, almost a third of the metals recycled in the world are recycled here in Europe. And that's our main route currently for accessing several critical raw materials. If we're not investing into those stages, then the situation will worsen by 2040. We would estimate that we would have up to 50% less base mining capacity due to the depletion of existing projects if they're not replaced by new ones. And we continue to have a full import reliance for critical materials as their demand skyrockets. On the smelting and refining side, there's going to be a big challenge for existing operations to advance towards the EU and climate and environmental goals. If those investments aren't able to be made, then it will become much more difficult to be doing business from 2030 onwards with the ambitious climate targets we're now working with. And we'll also not be able to have a new refining capacity for batteries or other high growth segments. On the recycling side, we will, of course, I think, maintain our recycling industry. Our question would be whether we can take advantage of the new opportunities from batteries, from solar, from other strategic technologies that will start to come available in the next decade. Here we're competing a lot with Asia, who start to see this advantage. When we talk to our members, there's a lot of projects at each stage which have potential to move forwards. On the mining side, to build up capacity for our base metals and our critical metals, and you can see with the flags on the screen that Sweden is a central part of new ambitions there. And also on the climate environmental side, to invest into furthering progress there and our already high standards. On the mining side, we see that electrification of operations is a key opportunity moving forwards. For primary production, climate and environment is also a central investment priority due to how electricity intensive those production processes are. So our companies hope to be taking advantage of low CO2 electricity and also developing breakthroughs to address remaining direct emissions, while also hopefully having new capacity for battery metals, and there's several plans ongoing for graphite, for nickel, and lithium. With recycling, there's a lot more we can do as well with capacity. If we'll have more batteries and electronics waste in the next decade, we'll need capacity to treat it. But there's also a lot of innovation with our existing capacity to keep advancing our processes, to get better at sorting our waste, and to have better recycling efficiencies, especially from complex inputs. And we can also see a lot of partnerships become available, announced between electric vehicle manufacturers, battery manufacturers, metals producers, and more. Across all of these points, high environmental social standards have to be the norm, and the EU is a place that is requiring that as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for furthering things at all three stages. The challenges are some of these projects are stalled, they're delayed, there is some lack of certainty as we move forwards, and that would lead to the third bit of my presentation, is to talk about the regulatory conditions we would see as necessary to help turn that ambition into a reality. And to close, I'm just going to touch upon 4 pillars, which correspond a lot with the questionnaire that was answered earlier. Now, we've asked our members to develop their ambition for investing into the green and digital transitions and to outline where the conditions need to be to allow those investments to take place. Bringing 25 CEOs from the metal sectors together, they identified 4 pillars: finance, global action, sustainability, and a level playing field. I'm going to quickly dive in quite high speed through these 4 pillars, but would welcome you to look further into the full declaration we've prepared at the link on the screen, where you can read more detail about the messages that we've given. The first pillar is unlocking finance and investment. A lot of the projects which companies have in planning are highly capital intensive. We need to grow our metals value chain while it's advancing towards climate neutrality. Now, the largest scale project which we were aware of was up to 1 billion euros in terms of the investment cost for a large-scale nickel mine. At the same time, when we talk about climate innovation, it's real breakthroughs that are needed, which have a lot of risk and have a lot of cost involved. The economic environment in the next 5 years is likely to be very negative, as we know from the COVID-19 downturn. The industry is already suffering from oversupply in several areas and reduced demand from automotive construction sectors. So a message we're giving, and the European Commission and others have been very receptive here, is that the EU and the member state funds need to be directed towards some of these raw materials projects. And that's also a way to make sure that environmental and social requirements are kept with. So the actions here are to support some projects in moving forwards through EU and national funds, and there's a lot there with potential: the Just Transition Fund, ETS Innovation Fund, and several more. And we're hoping the Alliance will allow that to crystallize. The second pillar is being bolder on the global stage. Now, Europe in the last 10 years, its industrial footprint has declined in the metal sector, while China's has skyrocketed. They really see their metals industry as a strategic industry. They put it at the center of industrial policies, and it receives huge subsidies. China now has a 50% global share of the market for most base metals. You can see on the left of the screen the trajectory this has taken, and an 80% share for critical raw materials. And also with its Belt and Road Initiative, it looks globally to aggressively take up global primary resources, even including some in our neighborhood, such as Serbia, now looking into Greenland and more. A key warning sign is that environmental considerations are low on the agenda, and so we're always talking with EU policymakers about being more bold in terms of trade defense, in terms of our sourcing strategy, and reform of the World Trade Organization. So we need to create a safe level playing field for the producers we have in Europe. And alongside that, we really think that we have an opportunity to make sustainability our metals differentiator. 3 elements here on the screen that make up parts of sustainability and where Europe, we think, stands out. On the climate side, it uses up to 8 times less CO2 to produce base metals here in Europe compared with China. And if we were to have decarbonized power across Europe, we'd have an 81% reduction in our CO2 footprint. On the recycling side, as Christina already mentioned, we perform really well. Over half of the metals we produce are actually from recycling versus less than 18% in the rest of the world. And on the environmental protection side, there's been a lot in global media recently about the environmental footprint, about the supply of some of these metals and minerals. Operations in Europe and Sweden and other areas are meeting the highest environmental and social standards that are kept with. So we think there's an action there for the future in terms of developing markets for these low carbon, sustainable and ethically sourced metals while advancing the circular economy at the same time, to start to show that if we're producing metals to such a good degree, there's a market there that can be an advantage. And the last of the pillars is to establish a level playing field for EU companies. I touched upon this when talking about the global stage. We know, and it's a bit of a simplified diagram, but we know that Chinese operators are lifted up through subsidies, a lack of environmental scrutiny, and easy financing. We're aware in Europe that in the next 5 to 10 years, the pressures could increase, high and rising power costs, increasing costs for environmental and social compliance, potentially less available finance. That's made more challenging for the fact that metals are the only basic commodity sold at a globally set price. So wherever metals are produced, they have to be put on the market at that price, and that requires producers to take on those regulatory costs directly. So when we look at regulation moving forwards, I don't think it's about subsidizing the industry. We always say our message is not that. But with the regulation we have, we can do things like prioritizing competitively priced low carbon electricity, which is such a major cost factor for producers. And also we can give predictability through environmental and chemicals legislation as the requirements increase in the future, making sure they're feasible for companies to deal with, and attacking things as well, such as permitting and more. And that brings me to the end of the presentation, a conclusion. We have our 4 pillars: finance, global action, sustainability, and a level playing field, where we think if we can tackle these all together through the Raw Materials Alliance, we can help to incentivize investment into our sustainable metals value chains alongside a diversified supply from global sources. This will help to deliver a secure supply for our new energy technologies and will also help to guarantee life cycle sustainability. It's now up to all parties to work together so these sustainability improvements can be made from the position of competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. Could we have a result from the poll that the question we asked? All right, so this is the result. Chris, do you have any comments on this? The regulatory environment?
I'm just looking closely. I guess when we talk to our members, it's not a surprise. In terms of, there's a lot of projects in the pipeline which don't require financing to move forwards, that is blocked, for example, through the permitting process or through other elements of regulation which could be solved to allow them to move forwards without these massive financing requirements. So I guess in that way, not a surprise when we talk about climate costs, energy costs, and more.
Back in 2008, the EU launched the Raw Materials Initiative. What would you say are the main differences between the Raw Materials Initiative and now this European Raw Materials Alliance?
We're very encouraged by the positive example of the Batteries Alliance that the European Commission has already implemented to great success and the real tangible results that that's achieved, also including some of the raw materials supply. I think the model of bringing stakeholders together, also companies together with people along the value chain, and the political prioritization that's been given shows us that this is something potentially more tangible now that we can move forwards with. And I think there's a lot of ambition and buy-in as well from the industry side to commit their resources into it. I wasn't around in 2008, so I can't say how things were back then.
Okay. So, thank you, Chris, for now. You're coming back for the final panel discussion. So, if you as viewers have any questions for Chris or Christina or the other speakers, please let us know and use the Menti platform, as I've been repeating. But now we will have some questions for you, our viewers. So I would like you to go to the Menti platform to answer those questions. And again, I repeat, the menti.com, and it's a passcode 6839136. And could we please have on screen the first question for the audience? We would like to find out who you are. We would like to get to know you. So where do you work, or who are you representing today? So we would like to find out whether you are employed representing a mining company, or if you represent an organization representing the raw materials industry, or a consultant firm, or you work at the university, or do you work at a governmental agency or county administrative board or a ministry, or is it something completely different? So do we have could we get the result from? Okay, excellent. Now, perfect. So most people work at the mining company, right? And the second largest is the consultant firm. Okay. Thank you. We have a second question for you guys. We would like to find out more about who you are. So could we get the next Menti question for the audience, please? So, who are you? How old are you? Are you man, woman, or something else? Or, yeah. Okay. Yeah, could you please keep the screen of the result, please? Thank you. Okay. Keep on answering. I'll start introducing the next speakers. So we will get to know you, ask some more questions along the conference. Our next speakers, yes, there are 2 speakers in the next time slot. They both ticked the governmental agency option in the earlier question. And they represent the 2 governmental agencies that we in mining most often come across. It's the SGU, the Geological Survey, and the Swedish EPA. They have an interesting collaboration on battery value chain going on. It's our pleasure to invite now on stage Erika Ingvald. She is the head of division Mineral Information and Mining Industry of the SGU. And we have Ove Fortkamp. He's the head of sustainability unit at the Swedish EPA. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emma. I was trying to unmute my microphone. It's really nice to be here, and we're really happy that you invited us. Now I wonder, do you see my screen, Emma?
Yes, we see it, but it's the annotation view that we see.
Yeah.
I see at least.
Is it better now? So, as I said, we're really happy to be here. Me and Ove from the Swedish EPA, we are going to present to you a collaboration that we have between us and the Energy Agency. It's a new government assignment that we got recently that we're very happy
Erika,
to get.
Could you, Erika,
yes?
could you please try again to share your screen? It doesn't come out right.
Okay. I'll do it again.
Now it's okay? No?
Yeah, sure.
Still not okay?
No, I'm going to redo this. Maybe it's better if I do my entire screen. No, it doesn't work. I do this. I tested this before. Can you see it now?
No, it doesn't come out right.
It shows only part
Okay,
of the
we try
slide.
to no? Okay, I get conflicting instructions. This is the wonders of live broadcasting.
No.
Now I can see it.
Okay, the studio guys are working hard at this moment.
So maybe I continue to talk.
You will get, Erika, you will get instructions how you can control your presentation. So this is the time when you with the viewers, you get up and go do some leg stretching, shoulder rolling, and you know, use this opportunity to sort of get up from your chair and start shaking. Like I said, this is the very first time that we ever have hosted this digital conference, so the studio guys are doing their best to sort this out, the wonders of technology. Okay, Erika, now the instructions are that you just say when we should flip your slides. Go to the next slide. You just say that, and we will do it from here. Okay.
Perfect.
Now the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, as I said, there is 3 of us. It's the Energy Agency, the Swedish EPA, and the Geological Survey. And what we're going to do is to collaborate regarding Sweden's part of the sustainable European battery value chain. And the complexity of the matter at hand would make it really difficult for any one of us to do this alone. We need this collaboration and we need the shared expertise. So we find great value in doing this together, all three of us, and to support the development of this new base industry and a sustainable battery value chain in Europe. Because it's really important and necessary, I would say, with a holistic view on the environmental, the social, and the economic sustainability. So we're starting off with weekly meetings to build this collaboration and to define action points to be performed further on. And we're also actually doing practical work. We're working with the first deliverable, the battery strategy that is developed by Fossilfritt Sverige and Energy. And we're learning from each other every day. Now you can switch slide.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And then now I'm taking over. We're making here a shared presentation. And I'm very pleased to be here to be able to present this. And now what you can see, I don't know, I only see a very small screen with this with the presentation. I hope you see it in the large screen. But it shows you some pictograms about a number of battery applications. And if you just reflect over batteries, you will come along that there are a lot of applications where we use them already in our daily life. And it has become obvious also over the past years that one of the cornerstones in the energy transition are also these batteries. We will need them also for our climate change mitigation. And as you also probably know, the vast majority of the batteries is produced for vehicles today, and they're produced outside Europe, in Japan, Korea, and China. And even the raw materials are produced elsewhere. We just heard that in the previous presentation as well. So there's a lack of supply also for materials, and we will need changes for that, also for the European car. And at the same time, we also see this as an opportunity, because there's an increasing demand. We also see that there's an opportunity to build a sustainable battery value chain in Europe. And we see that also Sweden has a very strong position in this and can be a strong partner, a strong part of this value chain. And that is what we also want to contribute. And this is also where this collaboration between our agencies can help, hopefully. And then, of course, we have also other actors. We just might mention, for example, Northvolt, whose business idea is to build the batteries, and they also want to recycle them, just to see that there's the whole cycle. And this was also mentioned earlier in the presentation. The circularity is already one important aspect that we have to take into account. And then also we have a very good battery research, actually, which we also can make better use of. And then, of course, which was also mentioned, we have a lot of raw materials which we could use. And then another advantage which we have in Sweden is our energy mix, which is quite a lot of energy is already coming from renewable energy. Yeah, I say that we can take the next slide.
So I don't see the slides either, but the next slide show you it's an illustration of the sustainable value chain, but as a circle. And what it shows is, in the center of this circle is cooperation, dialogue, and development of competence on many levels. And I think previous speakers have been touching upon this as well. And another part is, of course, the supply of primary and secondary raw materials needed for the industry to actually produce the batteries. And there is the production of battery cells and packs, as well as control systems that needs to be developed. And also very important, the use and reuse of different kinds of batteries and the recycling and circular material flows. And all parts of this circle or chain needs to be developed sustainably. So I think we move back to Uwe and the next slide.
well, yes, next slide. Yeah, that now it's coming up. And this is also a picture which is showing the expected demand for batteries, and what, even if it's very small, if you see it larger, I'm happy, but I see it very small. But what you can see from this slide is the pillars the columns are increasing very, very much, and this is the expected demand for increase of the demand for batteries, and this is expected to very strong development where we'll need lots more batteries, and this is also where the European Commission has identified batteries as a strategic European value chain, where the EU wants to invest and to innovate more. And large part of this demand will come from the batteries for vehicles. This is what is expected as well. They're seeing that EU could have a possibility to get a share of global battery market worth on 250 billion euros from 2025 onwards. And today there's a very small share which Europe or EU has. It's only 3%. And also EU's share of globally produced metals, we heard that before, is also a quite low one. So we could see that there's a really huge opportunity to improve that and to get a more important part of this market. And then we could switch slide and go back to Erika again.
Yeah, so the next slide shows the battery manufacturing capacity by country or region. And you can see on this slide that China actually has, of all the 382 gigawatt hours that are produced, China has a market share of 69%. And EU is, from this perspective, really vulnerable, I would say. And if you look at the geopolitical perspective. So if we can improve this, it would be really valuable to Europe. Next slide and over again.
Yes, and then just also to show you, to put it into another context, to show that the assignment which we are working in with the three agencies will also contribute to a number of different goals, and which are then a number of them which are also environmentally related. For example, for Sweden, we have a called generation goal that we should leave a good state of environment for the next generation. And we have a number of environmental quality objectives that we would like to contribute to. And then, of course, also we have Agenda 30 Sustainable Development Goals, which we want to contribute to, and the EU Green Deal. And all of you know that we are facing climate change, and we have to contribute to climate mitigation. But so we have to do some actions here. And that's what we like to contribute here. And then we can switch to the next slide again.
So the idea here is to develop a cooperation between our authorities to support the development of operations in Sweden, so that we really can contribute to a competitive value chain for batteries in the EU. And as Ove said before, we have good opportunities to produce batteries in a sustainable and resource-efficient way without toxic materials spreading to the environment, neither in the extraction phase nor the production phase of the chain. And also to contribute to eventually fill the circle of circular economy with materials needed, so that in the end the loop can be closed. Although, as Christina said in the first talk, that we will still need mining of primary materials for some time. And of course, as Ove also said, the production in Sweden benefits from an energy mix with very low carbon dioxide emission. Next slide, please.
Yeah, and to say a little bit more about our assignment, which we got from the government, so to show what is our task, what are we doing. So first of all, also just not to forget that we have the Swedish Energy Agency as well on board. it's us three who is mainly doing it, and then we will also, of course, involve with other agencies where it's necessary and where we see that we can benefit from each other. And we have our different roles in this, and we will see that who needs to be involved, again with the goal to participate for a sustainable European battery value chain. And of course, we do not do this isolated. It's part of an European or global world, and we would look into also the European initiatives, and we have already seen some of them in the previous presentation, and see where we can collaborate, where we can get interaction with them. And then we will also see for our collaboration, of course, to see what they were mentioned, the collaborative regulatory frameworks, and this is of course something which we, as our agencies, governmental agencies, look into, and to see what are possible obstacles, what are prerequisites, and this is again, of course, connected to EU legislation ongoing or on the way. So it's both a Swedish part, but also an EU part into this. And there we could switch to the next slide.
So within this assignment, we will follow the developments in the expected need for raw materials. We will analyze whether there are any unjustified obstacles to establish our part of the European value chain. We will contribute to the transition to circular economy, and we will assess the need to clarify priorities for actions. Next slide.
Yeah, and now I'm back again, and we will look into Erika already mentioned, there's a battery strategy which is prepared right now by Fossil-Free Sweden to see how Sweden can work. We will analyze this and see what recommendations give there. We will check for or implement the bilateral innovation partnerships with France and Germany, and we will also look to the international collaboration, which is important to support the development. Operations in Sweden can form sustainable, competitive value chain for batteries in Europe. And I think that is our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have we lost Emma?
I can see the studio, but I cannot hear something. Anything.
I can only see you.
Yeah.
Maybe it's only the two of us in the meeting.
So is it working now?
Yes.
Now we can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Great.
Excellent. We do this the old-fashioned way. Your agencies, they do have a slight different purpose. How important is a joint assignment like this one, would you say? What is your take on that? Erika? How important is a joint project together with the EPA?
So when we start to dig into this from the different angles, I think we've already found that not one of us could have done this alone, because there are so many aspects of this in each of our expert areas that and it need to be connected. So for us to do this together is crucial, I would think. And I think we are developing a lot of new knowledge between us because we are sharing our own expertises. So I think this will. The battery industry will benefit from us collaborating on this.
Okay. So what do you say, Ove? How important is this kind of joint assignment working with the SGU?
Yeah, I think as Erika mentioned, it is very important, because then we have different angles looking at. We have a little bit different priorities, but all of them are important, and in the end, then for the battery industry, it is worthwhile to have to see how the agencies work together, and not that we maybe come with different angles from our view, but just to see that we can cooperate and see, well, we get a better understanding of each other, so that it's more a common measures that we can send from the agencies.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you very much again, Uwe and Erika. Please stay on screen, because now we will invite all speakers at the same time. So it's time for the first panel discussion. Are you all present now? Could I please have that on my screen here in the studio too, please? Oh, perfect. Now you might notice some new faces. Actually, there should be 3 new faces. We have Peter Handley. He is from the European Commission and head of the Energy Intensive Industries and Raw Materials Unit at DG GROW. And we have from Euromines, the Deputy Director, Johannes Drulsma. And we have from Stockholm Environment Institute, the Senior Research Fellow, Olle Olsson. Happy to have you all on board. So I'd like to ask our newcomers, you have been watching the presentations this morning. What would you say are the greatest challenges in fulfilling these EU raw materials strategy at this point? Johannes, what do you say, for example?
Good morning. Yeah, so kicking straight off with the greatest challenges, hey? I actually found the session very positive in terms of the achievements that we've made as Europeans over, if I think over the last 10 or 15 years. I think you can hear there's much more common purpose across the board, much more common understanding of what's really needed to secure our industries here in Europe. So a couple of challenges, perhaps. I think we still have work to do to further promote our environmental performance here in Europe. Mm-hmm. Even within the Commission, I feel there's some hesitancy or reluctance to really understand and acknowledge that we are leaders in the field here in Europe. Our regulations require us to be, and we're competing very well on that basis. And perhaps the other remaining challenge for all of us, I think, is to look even further up the supply chain. We've talked about mining, processing, recycling. Christina mentioned exploration. We will not have mining projects to open in the next 10 years if we're not exploring our territory.
True.
Not finding the deposits to mine.
Mm. Do you, I guess you, Olle Olsson, you have a slight different view, or maybe you haven't. Please, what are your thoughts on what needs to, what greatest challenges do we have in fulfilling the raw materials supply strategy here?
Yeah, I think the key challenge, I guess, is to combine get to the pace. If you look at, I come from largely in terms of decarbonization of the global economy, basically, and of Europe as well. So obviously, for then you need a lot of materials going into that. So, and that is a project or an endeavor that's really needs to be accelerated. We really need to get things on the ground, get the things, build things, and deploy things, and start phasing out the fossil parts of the economy. But I think in a broader environmental research community, it's becoming increasingly clear that one of the in terms of getting the materials, getting the infrastructure up, those things take time. They tend to be controversial, and there tends to be quite a lot of legal wrangling around getting it, because you tend to when you have interference with lots of different stakeholders. So. And at the same time, you don't want to push this too hard, because then you'll alienate key stakeholders, and you don't want to do that, because you want to have this decarbonization project also as a common societal effort. So I think I think those are the 3 components of the pace of getting the decarbonization going, the sort of incompatibility with the general process of setting up infrastructure and developing material supply chains, and also how to sort of get a broader stakeholder buy-in on these different ventures. I think those are the key challenges.
Okay, thank you, Olle. What does the European Commission say? Peter Handley, are you with us? Hello, Brussels. Okay, Peter, I saw your face earlier. Is he with us, Magnus?
He's here but muted. We can't hear him.
Okay, so please, Peter, unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I may be invisible, but I'm unmuted. So thank you very much. What I would say is that the biggest challenge is to now move, building on the political momentum that we've been able to create with our communication and action plan on critical raw materials. The key concepts are resilience and open strategic autonomy, and building up European competitiveness as we make the big transition towards climate and environmental goals. I would agree with what the previous panelists have said. For me, the main thing is that we need to get all the stakeholders on the same page. One of the goals we have in our action plan is to collect and bring together what companies need, what member states need, and what we can do at the European level to make things happen, whether this be on diversifying from third countries or making things happen with our domestic resources in Europe. And we need to do this in a fast way because everyone else in the world is moving fast. So agility, speed, but it's not speed of a conversation, it's speed of action that we need. And when I say getting all stakeholders on the same page, I really mean that, because I think member states and regions, businesses understand what is required. But when we launched the Alliance last week, we had a letter signed by 234 environmental and civil society organizations, basically saying, we don't agree with your hypothesis that demand for raw materials needs to grow. It needs to go down. You need to commit to an overall reduction in resource use in Europe. So there's a fundamental disagreement with the proposition that demand for raw materials will grow. And secondly, there's a deep opposition in that same letter to doing more greenfield mining. The solution would, in their view, be largely met by recycling. So I think we need to make sure that we listen to these concerns and we actually engage constructively in a conversation. But we're not going to achieve our climate goals unless we can bring the whole of society along with us on what this entails in terms of the consequences for raw materials.
As we've heard several speakers mention that the green transition as such will need, it implies an increased demand for both old and new raw materials in order to be successful. So, but I'm curious about, for all of you speakers, how do you see, what is the role or responsibility for Sweden and the Nordic, the big mining countries in Europe, to fulfill the purpose of IRMA, this strive or the quest to reduce the dependency on import of raw materials? What is the role for Sweden? Or responsibility, I'd say. Anyone? Erica?
Maybe I can take that. So I think we have a huge responsibility in Sweden and other countries as well within Europe, since we are a net user of all the raw materials produced in the world. I think it's our responsibility to also contribute. And actually, we asked the SAM Institute at Gothenburg University to make a poll, asked 1,500 Swedish citizens on their opinions on the mining industry. And one of the questions addressed the possibility for the mining industry to develop in Sweden to address the to be able to access more of those needed raw materials for the energy transition. And actually, of those who had an opinion, 90% were pro and 10% were against, approximately. And even in the Green Party, there was quite a big number of voters who actually thought that we should contribute with mining in Sweden. So there is a lot of support for mining as well. I don't think we should forget that, even though Peter's description is, of course, totally correct. There is a part of society that doesn't agree with this, with what we are trying to push for here. But it's important to remember that there also is a lot of support.
Thank you, Erika. From a Brussels point of view, Peter or Johannes, how do you see this responsibility for Sweden in this matter as a nation?
I think, if I may go first, I think Sweden can play a leading role in showing what is possible. We have Swedish companies already taking part in the IRMA Raw Materials Alliance. We have your minister who has said that he wants Sweden as a government to take part in this as well. I think you have many of the demonstration projects which show just what you can do if you start to build in one of these strategic areas. I mean, the whole battery stuff, where you've got the battery manufacturing linked in with the recycling, linked in with the raw materials and their processing. I think it's if you can demonstrate that it works in one case, I think it's easier to make the argument for doing it in other areas.
Do you agree, Johannes?
Yes, totally. In fact, I was going to answer very much the same way. I would hesitate to tell Sweden what its responsibilities are, but it certainly has a great opportunity. I would say it to continue its leadership role. I mean, Sweden is probably the most important mining country in Europe, and it certainly has demonstration projects to point to in Sweden. It has the whole value chain, which is very important. But equally, it has demonstration projects all over the world. I mean, it's exporting mining equipment and mining know-how and software all over the world. It's important that we keep that capacity in Europe so that we can benefit from our skills and development in that sector across Europe. I think as well, with the building of the gigafactory, the batteries factory, you know, Sweden is demonstrating a certain amount of entrepreneurship, which might be relatively rare in Europe, and that's something to encourage and capitalize upon. As I'm speaking from the European Union, as it were, I would agree that the European Union as a whole, the member states as a collective, do have a responsibility. They have a responsibility to, you know, level that playing field that Chris was talking about, and to improve upon that statistic where we are using 20% of the world's metals and only really, you know, shouldering 3% of our responsibility to produce those materials, even though we have the capacity to produce them very well.
Just to build on that, Sweden also in Europe, but also on a global level, we've spoken about the need to have speed and agility at the same time as matching societal expectations here in Europe. We see that other areas of the world are also pushing on their mineral supply, and they focus a lot on speed and agility. We had an announcement from the US last week that they're really going to prioritize critical minerals too. There was a lot less there on the sustainability side when you read it through. And we've already mentioned as well China and the way they're pursuing. So I think it's also being able to show that it's possible to be quick and agile while matching those societal expectations and engaging with those challenges. And Sweden already is a long way in terms of having those conversations, as we heard from the survey. And when the Raw Materials Alliance was launched, the Commissioner Breton gave a very clear statement that we also can't be blind to the footprint of what we're importing into Europe already. And potentially looking at countries like Sweden, it's an opportunity to begin to do that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Chris. Thank you very much for pointing that out for us.
Can I just add one thing, Emma?
Sure, please. Yeah. Christina, go ahead.
I would just say that one way to be responsible is also what LKAB are now doing by by starting up this new remap project, which they had a press release about last week, to actually to take the step outside their comfort zone, so to say, and actually start to look at the mine waste in a serious way and start to produce maybe 4 or 5 new byproducts. I think that's the very, very interesting way to take responsibility.
Mm. I actually had another...
I would agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Totally. And also Boliden is doing a great work with recycling electronic scrap. So I think it's they take leadership in that area too.
Mm. Thank you. I actually have the question has to do with that. Do you see, I mean, the increased demand of metals and minerals, do you see a risk of depletion of primary resources? When is peak metal?
If I can reply, I was quite involved in when we had the discussion on peak oil about 10 years ago. I had some very good friends who did a lot of research on that, and being burned from that whole situation, I'm not going to think about it, because we talk about peak of demand and peak of supply. So, and the discussion 10 years ago in relation to oil was about peak supply. Now everyone's talking about peak demand, because we're more going towards a future where we might not need that much oil. And I think depletion in terms of the physical resource, I don't think about that much. I'm thinking it's more a question of the sort of focusing on the social license to operate. So I think that's more of an important issue to deal with and to think about than they're worrying about the actual physical supply. But I'm not a geologist, but that's just my background from the previous debate that we had.
Mm.
And I would also like to point out that there is a difference between oil and metals, because you burn the oil, but the metals you can recycle once you get them up from the ground. It's not easy, I would say, but it can surely be done, and we are doing great work on that side. So that's one important difference between oil and metals.
We are starting to soon wrap this session, and I would like to ask Linus, do we have any questions from the audience?
Yep. Can you hear me? Yep. Here we go. We have some questions from the audience. One, for example, is what about the sustainable challenges versus the increasing demand? How do we become more sustainable? And I think that's not directed to anyone specific, but so I guess it's an open question for the panel. How do we become more sustainable and the sustainable challenges versus the increasing demand?
Anyone?
Yeah, maybe I can say some words for that. I would say it's not either or, it's both. We have to be both sustainable and to have this. We see this demand is happening. We need it. We need it also for being sustainable. So we will need a larger amount of these metals. But with that said, it's not just that we can continue with what we are doing. I mean, it's maybe not enough to just switch a diesel engine to an electric engine in a car and still drive large SUVs. Maybe this is not the future. Maybe we have to think more about other ways of transportation as well. So it's not enough just to make such a switch. But anyhow, we will need these metals. So then we have to see how we can do it in a sustainable way. So it's not either or, it's both, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to add to that. I mean, I think it relates to the last question about depletion of metals, and to Peter's point about the great disagreement, really, between different sections of society about whether we really need to increase the production of these things or whether we should be reducing them. And I think it is a misunderstanding. I totally agree that a part of our sustainable future is meeting the increased demand for the raw materials that will enable us to be sustainable. And don't forget that sustainability also includes the social component, right? So, I mean, when sustainable development was sort of coined as a phrase in the 80s, it was very much looking at how do we improve the livelihood of all of these people mostly outside of Europe, in a sustainable way. And I think the only way to do that is through mining, and then all the good things that come successively in the value chain and in society. So we all need to continue to do what we do well and continue to improve. And I think the more that Europe increases its engagement and involvement in sustainable value chains, the better we'll do.
I think one thing to emphasize there is the value chain and work across the value chain. And I think we'll hear a lot more about that today in terms of traceability. And I really think you start trying to find ways to actually get like this, the green premium, as they call it. That's tend to be very elusive. But I think that is a target worth pursuing, to make sure that you'll actually, if you go the extra mile in terms of environmental performance in your mining projects, that you'll be rewarded down the line for that down the line as well.
I think building on that, there are significant challenges ahead in terms of meeting increasing climate and environmental ambition, which companies have as a core part of their focuses and the investments that they're planning. So I guess trying to work with companies and allow the conditions to make that progress happen is important in terms of creating an environment where you can invest into reducing your carbon footprint and taking on the other points. A worry would be that if we don't create that environment, then those sustainability challenges will become very challenging.
All right. Thank you.
The Commission's communication of the 3rd of September makes it perfectly clear for us. Sustainability and security of supply go hand in hand. We have to address both at all times, and that's true of our plans domestically, it's true of our plans in terms of diversification externally, and it's true of where we want to go in terms of research and innovation as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Thank you very much. Another question. I don't know about the time, Emma, but we have time for... Okay. Very short. How does self-sufficiency align with the free trade Europe? It's another viewer question. And I think that's directed to the panel as a whole as well. How does metal self-sufficiency align with a free trade Europe? Anyone?
Well, can I come in, because it's very much a policy question? Yeah. I mean, just take a look at the language from the European Council last Friday. For the first time, you have language in there which says that strategic autonomy is a key principle for the European Union, and it goes hand in hand with open markets, because we're not seeking Europe to be self-sufficient. That doesn't make any kind of economic, environmental or social sense. But it's about having choices, having alternatives to reduce the risk of disruption of supply, such as we've seen this year in areas where we are over-dependent on one or two suppliers of things.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I don't think the Commission is promoting self-sufficiency as the policy. So, but 3% of production is a long way away from that. So I think it's important as well as probably in the IRMA, we need to make it clear to more people how the value chain is it's interdependent, really. The EU mines, the EU smelters and refiners, they need each other. And we need access to sustainable imports as well. I mean, we need all of those things to endure as a industrial ecosystem in Europe. And furthermore, if we became 100% self-sufficient, then we would lose all our market power in terms of trying to encourage others to meet the higher standards that we expect here in Europe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And back to Emma.
Thank you very much, all speakers. Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting morning. Before we close this first session and let you all loose for a while, I'd like you to prepare for the next session by answering one question on biodiversity, because that is the topic for the second session. So you go to the poll on the Menti platform and use the same passcode if you are not already logged in. It's 6839136. So fill in your answer and we'll see you here at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Welcome back to this second session of the Svemin Environmental Conference. I hope you had a nice leg stretch or shoulder rolling during the break, because now we're all ready to head into biodiversity. Thank you very much for answering the poll that we asked you to go into the Menti page to answer on biodiversity in the previous session. So, Magnus, do we have a result? Yeah. So the question that we asked you guys was, according to a major international 2019 report, how many species are threatened with extinction? And the most of you answered 1 million. And I'd like to go directly over to our first speaker, Alison Perigo from Gothenburg University. So please, is this correct?
Yes, this is correct. According to the EPIS Summary for Policymakers of the Global Assessment, in 2019, they have estimated that 1 million species are threatened with extinction.
Okay, so yeah, we have a very well-studied audience at this time. So please, Alison, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Emma. I will just go ahead and play my PowerPoint here. So, yes, hi. Nice to be with you guys this morning. And it's really nice to see that you have an entire section on biodiversity, which is, needless to say, my absolute favorite topic to talk about. Not only because it's got fun things like pandas, but also because it is one of the most important crises that we are currently facing. So I think that everyone should know a bit more about what biodiversity is. So in the next few minutes, I am going to be taking you through a crash course on what biodiversity is and what the threats are to it right now. Yes. So biodiversity is a word that I think we hear a lot, and it can be a bit unclear what it actually is. But in reality, it's actually very simple. Biodiversity is the diversity of life at different levels: genetic diversity, species diversity, and ecosystem diversity. So it's all the different things that we consider nature in a lot of ways, but at different levels. It's not only the species. So the most zoomed out level of biodiversity is ecosystem diversity. And in ecosystems, we can see in these pictures, you have different ecosystems here that maybe look, if you don't look too closely, they look quite similar, right? So you've got plants, there's green, there's the sky, there's some clouds. But even though all three of these ecosystems are looking quite similar, they're very, very different. Because they have different organisms that are working in them, that are working together to have this whole, this whole function in a larger sense. So an ecosystem is really the sum of its parts. That takes us down to species diversity. And species are maybe the level of biodiversity that we think about the most, because it's easy for us to grasp. Species are these entities that can actually be defined in a lot of different ways. But in general, there are these units that we can recognize as distinct things. There are estimated to be around 9 million species currently on Earth. That's quite a bit. And even that is a number that we're unsure about. So there's estimates that range anywhere from about 3 million to 100 million different species. The paper that said that there's about 9 million, I think, is done in a very scientifically sound way. So while it's still an estimate, I think it's a pretty good one. And it's that number that the EPIS, Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, was drawing their number of 1 million species at risk. And then we get down to genetic diversity, and that's the diversity within a species. And genetic diversity is extremely important because that's what gives species resilience when bad things happen. So if you have something like, for instance, a warming climate, there are going to be individuals that are more or less able to cope with these new situations. And that ability to cope comes down to genetic diversity. Genetic diversity is also important because it's this diversity that can give us resilience, for instance, in our food. If you have more different types of things, then our food security is going to go up. And it's also a lot of unexploited genetic diversity out there as well. There's a lot left to be discovered, and we don't have our cure for cancer yet. We don't have so many things that nature may hold the potential for. What is biodiversity good for? Everything, I would say. And you can really value it in two different ways. You can either say that nature and biodiversity is important for its own sake, or you can think about it in the sense of what it does for us. And that's very important to us as humans. We like to know what something's good for. What's the point of it? Well, biodiversity is essential for our life. If we get a one-way ticket off of Earth, we're not going to survive very long without all the things that biodiversity provides us. In addition to giving us our food, clothing, medicine, and housing, it gives us pollination for free, nutrient cycling, soil fertility, climate regulation, air and water pollution control, disease regulation, erosion prevention, recreation and tourism is quite a big one, and many more things on top of this. So nature is giving us free of charge some really impressive services that help us have the quality of life that we do. So what is sustainability in biodiversity? This is what it all comes down to, right? We're talking about sustainability and how do we use it? Well, to use biodiversity in a sustainable manner means to use natural resources at a rate that Earth can renew them. It's a way to ensure that we meet the needs of both present and future generations. And this is important because we're talking about renewal, and renewal happens on different levels with biodiversity. You can have populations that get larger or smaller, but you can also have evolution going on, which is on a much longer time scale. And this comes from the CBD, and I'm really looking forward to Bianca's talk next. And I hope she'll get into a bit more about, I'm sure she'll get into a bit more about what the CBD is doing with biodiversity, as well as this global biodiversity outlook that just came out about a week ago. So no matter which way we look at it, biodiversity is currently threatened, and on a massive scale. Here are some headlines. This is the one that everyone seems to have seen, which is good news that you're aware of this. Last spring, IPBES came out with this headline that 1 million species are at risk of extinction. Additionally, the WWF came out a couple weeks ago with the Living Planet report, which they put out every 2 years. And that showed a massive 2/3 decline in many organism groups over the last 50 years. The Global Biodiversity Outlook as well showed that we failed to meet any of the Aichi targets, which were set in 2010. 6 of them were partially met. And then finally, just about a week ago, Kew Gardens in the UK put out the State of the World's Plants and Fungi report, which showed that 40% of the world's plants are at risk of extinction. And they also pinpointed a lot of the potential and for both plants and fungi and reasons that we do need to keep this diversity. To go a little bit further into the Living Planet Index, we can look by region. It actually varies quite a bit. And this is the population sizes of mammals, birds, fish, amphibians, and reptiles. And they've dropped an average of 68% since 1970. So that's in many of our lifetimes. We've seen a absolutely heartbreaking decrease in the number of, in the populations of these organisms. You can see the biggest impact in the last 50 years has been in South America. We can feel a little bit smug in Europe that we've only lost a quarter of ours, But a lot of that is also based on the fact that it is only 50 years back, and we have been very effectively altering our landscape for much longer than that. So all put together, the population drops lead to the risk of species extinction, and that's where we get this 1 million species number. But in addition to the very stark warning that 1 million species are threatened with extinction, the EPA's report also came out with information about what it is that's driving biodiversity loss. And this is extremely important because it gives us a roadmap for understanding what the problem is and where we can fix it. So if you look at, in the middle there, the direct drivers, you have 3 different categories: terrestrial, freshwater, and marine. And you can see that the drivers of biodiversity loss are listed in order there. The biggest driver of biodiversity loss is changes in land and sea use. After that is direct exploitation of species. And following on that is climate change, which for most systems is the 3rd biggest driver of biodiversity loss. And I think this is extremely important to keep in mind when we're talking about sustainability, that biodiversity and climate change are not the same thing. Climate change drives biodiversity loss, and biodiversity loss drives climate change, but they're not interchangeable words. And something that's good for biodiversity might not necessarily be good for climate change, and vice versa. But there are solutions that are good for both. So that's the good news. We just need to keep in mind that these are two different things that can be addressed together if we are thoughtful about how we do that. And this, the habitat degradation is no huge surprise. This was a figure that came out already in 2018, in the 2018 version of the WWF Living Planet report. And it showed, habitat degradation is a problem, exploitation, especially in the oceans. And then we have these other issues that are also quite important in the drivers of biodiversity loss. And we can see this in, for instance, these aerial photos from Brazil, where you can see that deforestation is happening at a very impressive rate. And even more so, we have the Pantanal, a wetland region in Brazil, the largest tropical wetland in the world, that's currently today, 22% on fire. So this is something that, as a biologist, I think more in evolutionary timescales, but this is happening in a day-to-day timescale, which is both terrifying and good because it means that there is something that we can do about it in a very short time frame. And if we look as well, those reports were primarily focusing on animals. It's a similar issue when we look at plants. This is also from the State of the World's Plants and Fungi. And it shows the various drivers, and we see energy production and mining is there at 5.4% of the risk for plant extinction. So there are many different factors that all play their part. But it's not without hope. This report came out alongside the WWF Living Planet report, or not alongside, but the same day. And this is a graphic illustration of the main findings in the report that show in terrestrial systems, we're looking at a massive decrease. But if we go about business as usual, it's bad news. If we increase conservation alone, so-so. But what we really need to be looking at is more sustainable production and more sustainable consumption. So it needs to be a step back, looking at what we can do as far as production and consumption. So conservation efforts haven't gone without success stories, and this one also came out recently. Up to 48 species have been saved from extinction thanks to conservation efforts. But this should be our last-ditch effort. This is the backup plan. The first thing we need to do is look at our production and consumption. So with that, I'd like to leave you with these words from Sandra Diaz et al. She was one of the chairs of the global assessment from EPAS, that at all levels, we must strive for transformative change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison. Thank you. the title of your presentation was Pandas and Pantanal. I mean, both pandas and Pantanal are quite far away from us here in Sweden. Would you say it's more important to support the global WWF than acting locally here to create an increased biodiversity?
I can't say as far as which one, I mean, in an either or sense, that's a little bit difficult to give you, you know, this is going to count for this much and this is going to count for that much. But I think that it's very important to remember that we in Sweden live in a global society. None of us lives our life outside of the global system. And what we do in Sweden has a massive impact on places like the Pantanal through what we're eating, through what we're wearing, what we're buying, and things like, I mean, even in the mining industry, you're going to have there are going to be products that you're bringing in and they're not coming from Sweden. So we can't think that just because we live in Sweden, we're only affecting Sweden. Mm. So it's very important to keep a global perspective when it comes to biodiversity.
Mm. Yeah. Why would you say it's still that the general public is quite uninformed or unaware of the importance of biodiversity?
It's hard to say. I think people have a general idea about biodiversity, but as populations move to cities, we lose contact with nature, and we lose a lot of the tradition that is associated with that. So I would suspect that it has a bit to do with that. But I also think that right now we're in an era of bad news, and it's a bit hard to disconnect biodiversity from climate change, from many of the other issues that we're facing today, plastic pollution, chemicals. So I think that in that sense, it can be a bit overwhelming. Mm. But I don't think it's a lack of interest. I think people are getting more and more interested, which is good. We just need to make sure that the information is there for everyone who wants to know about it and everyone who needs to know about it.
Mm. Thank you very much, Alison. You're coming back for the panel discussion. And thank you very much for interesting and well-presented talk. Thank you. Biodiversity is very often hands-on. It's a ground level type of thing. And but now we are moving from the ground level up to the UN level of things. As we know, the year 2020 was named the Super Year of Biodiversity, with a new strategic plan for the Convention on Biological Diversity to be launched in Kunming in China. Right now, actually, if it hadn't been for the pandemic. But the meeting, the COP15 on UN Convention on Biological Diversity, has now been postponed. Our next speaker, Bianca Brazil, is working for the UN, or rather UNEP, currently as a program manager for business engagement within the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, where she coordinates the global partnership for business and biodiversity. And she will tell us more about this. Bianca, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity. And thank you, Alison, for setting the stage with very valuable information. Can you see my screen? Good. So I just want to share a little bit about the convention itself, just to give you some background. So the Convention on Biological Diversity was established in 1992 and entered into force in 1993. Today we have 196 parties, counting with the EU, of course. And the pillars, the main objectives of the convention, if you will, are conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of natural resources, and access and benefit sharing of benefits arising from biodiversity. So every 10 years, the convention launches the strategic plan, what would be the strategic plan for the next decade. The last one was launched during the COP10 in Nagoya, launched also the Aichi biodiversity targets, which was a set of targets that, as Alison rightly pointed out, through the recent report that we launched on the 15th of September, it became very clear that unfortunately most of the targets will not be met at all. And that's due to a number of reasons. Despite encouraging efforts and encouraging signs that there have been some progress into the biodiversity arena, such as, we had over 100 countries reporting on biodiversity, some encouraging results into some biodiversity projects for safeguarding some species and so forth, but it's still, we won't be able to meet all the targets, which is very unfortunate. So now, we have an even greater task ahead of us into crafting a new strategic plan that will then craft the pathway for biodiversity into the next decade. The process is underway because it's a global process, it's a political process, it's a party-led process. So what it means really is these 196 parties are coming together in different meetings and different occasions to discuss what would be the priorities, what would be the best way to approach on targets and goals and so forth. The process itself was a very broad process. One of the criticisms that we received for the last strategic plan was that there was some lack in engagement and involvement with other stakeholders, not only parties, because as you know, and as Alison rightly pointed out, biodiversity affects all of us. So even though this is a party-led process, it was identified, it was very important to involve other stakeholders into the whole discussion to make sure that we have a framework that it's for everyone and it's understood, accepted by everyone. And then we also have everyone's engaged into trying to achieve what would be the goals and targets set out for the next decade. So the current post-2020 framework is underway. We've had a few meetings already to discuss where the parties came out with a number of comments, inputs, and etc. We also had a comprehensive batch of consultations. So in 2019, we had several consultations on many aspects: oceans, gender, sustainable use of biodiversity and so forth. And they were mostly presential. So we had some regional meetings. We had the meeting of the technical and scientific body. We had the meeting of the parties for specifically discussing the post-2020. And of course, in 2020, we had a few, early in the year, a few presential meetings, but now everything's gone pretty much online. But as it stands now, the vision, the Global Biodiversity Framework has a vision. The vision is set out for 2050. So it says that by 2050, biodiversity is valued, conserved, restored, and wisely used. But for you to achieve the vision, the 2050 vision, you need to establish a milestone before that. So we know we are on track, or we can reassess and then redirect. So we established also a mission, the Mission 2030, which is take urgent action. We need to have a sense of urgency because we're losing species, we're losing habitats. And, if we keep on going the way that we're going, it won't be possible for us to safeguard or to bend this curve that's going down. As it stands today, we have 4 goals, 20 targets, and a set of indicators in a monitoring framework to ensure that we'll be able to track progress or not, and then have actions in place to make sure that we will do so by 2030. So we have a number of enabling conditions and means of implementation. And through the means of implementation, we understood from a very early stage that means of implementation would mean mainstreaming biodiversity into the decision-making process. So one of the ways that we're approaching this in terms of non-state actors is through the long-term approach for mainstreaming, what we are calling the LTAM. So an informal advisory group was established with 30 members, 15 of which are party members, and 15 are experts from various expertises, but not mainly, but we have strong representation from business associations and business representatives. Within the long-term approach, which will be supporting the overall framework for biodiversity, we also have 5 goals and 15 targets and success indicators that range from sustainable consumption and production to greening value chains. There's a number of elements there that are very much related to business and business operations. Within this work and all the discussion that was established through these members, 3 strategy areas were identified where it became very clear that we need to work with governments, mainstreaming biodiversity into policies and decision making, integrating biodiversity into business models, operations and practices, including the financial sector, because of course financial sector is a huge enabler for all the activities that we're setting out to do. And mainstreaming biodiversity across society. So that would include health, education, and of course, bringing all the knowledge and all the information, communicating the values of nature across society. So as consumers, we have better information, where we make better choices when we have this information at hand. So the role of business and finance sectors into the overall picture. We want to make sure that we invite business and finance sector to play a fundamental role alongside governments and civil society for the implementation of the post-2020. And how can businesses do that? Well, basically integrating values of biodiversity into the decision-making process across all the portfolios and across all operations that they have. The greening of supply chains will be very, very relevant, not only because of raw materials and because of the operations and how it touches upon different countries and different regions, but also because through the supply chain, that's where we can trickle down to small and medium companies as well. So in that sense, you will be able to not only engage with big companies or bigger companies, but also trickle down to the small and mediums, which will be very, very important if we are to succeed in that attempt. Increasing funding for biodiversity and protection and sustainable use. So many companies and organizations today have some sort of work that they're doing either for the protection of biodiversity directly or to review their processes and turn them into a more sustainable one. So we want to make sure that these funding resources, they are directed to things that are actually beneficial for biodiversity and not detrimental to biodiversity. And we are also asking businesses and financial companies to measure and report on impacts that they have. So at least through these 4 main activities, main pillars, can we say that we're going to achieve some success in terms of turning operations and turning businesses into a different path, changing business as usual to a more sustainable version of what it can be. So how do we do the engagement at the CBD level? So we have a business engagement program that I'm overseeing at the moment. We are working primarily with national and regional initiatives through the Global Partnership for Business and Biodiversity. This is a network of networks that was established as the result of a COP10 decision. Today we have 21, going 22. I'm glad to have here Tom from EcoGain, because the Swedish Business and Biodiversity platform will become our newest members. We are hoping by early next month. So we will have then 22 national and regional established initiatives. And what this network does basically is information sharing, best practices, tools and mechanisms, help with metrics, studies, publications. So we have an online library, but we also share these materials and these documents with our extended network on a publication that we launch every 2 or 3 months. We liaise with business associations, with big businesses coalitions, and this is a very momentous time. We are seeing more now than ever, we've seen before, businesses coming together to call for ambitious policies from governments, to bring together many commitments that they're making for the next decade. So it's a very, very positive time, and I can see clearly that the interest is raising. Businesses are taking steps to take a leading role into the discussion, and that's pretty much one of the things that we mostly need right now. So we also try to liaise with NGOs, academia, other governments to try and reinforce the need for sustainable practices for businesses across the board at national and regional levels. We promote webinars, regional workshops. If we don't promote them, we support them, developing communications materials, events, etc. And we are now looking into streams of work that we could carry out for sectors specifically, or thematic. This is to do with what is being discussed at the long-term strategic approach on mainstreaming level, at the global biodiversity framework level. And we hope that by the end of this year or early next year, when we'll have all the discussions at the technical and scientific level, we'll be able to identify what are the main priorities that we have to work with business sector and finance sector, and be able to establish a work plan that will address all of those. We also now have a finance engagement program. So we are working with development banks, private banks, insurance companies, associations, with the UNEP-FI initiative. There's a newly launched task force on nature-related financial disclosures, and many other players. So we also want to ensure that biodiversity is at the heart of the decision-making process, following successful example that we could see in the climate sphere. So what are the entry points for businesses, you'd ask? Along with the consultation on various topics that we had in post-2020 were readily available for private sector representatives on sustainable use of biodiversity, access and benefit sharing. We have the mainstreaming discussion, oceans, resource mobilization. So all these discussions included private sector representation. We have a platform for harnessing commitments for biodiversity. Today we have something around 176 commitments. A small portion of this, I have to say, is from businesses, but we are ramping up and we're seeing that all these are bubbling up. We just had last week the summit on biodiversity, and many businesses stepped forward and developed their, or at least disseminated their commitments for biodiversity. Some countries did so too. Over 76 countries have come forward with specific plans for biodiversity. So we are now getting in touch with all these players to make sure that we have them all into the platform. We have the formal process of CBD, so preparatory meetings, that the private sector is also welcome to attend as observers, but they can also take the floor and address any issues that they might feel they can. Through the Global Partnership for Business and Biodiversity, through the national and regional initiatives. So in countries where they have national and regional initiatives established, we can put them in touch with businesses that are willing to take different actions.
Bianca,
Yes.
This is Stockholm calling. We're running out of time, and do you think you could wrap up and we can come back to you later?
I think I've only got one more slide. So through the global partnership and through events that we organize. So for next year, we have the COP15. It was supposed to take place in October, but unfortunately we weren't able to do that due to the pandemic. But during the COP, we have the Business and Biodiversity Forum, we have a Technology and Innovation Expo, we have a SIPA Fair, and a Business and Nature Hub, which means there's plenty of opportunities for businesses to get engaged in the discussion. We just had the UN Biodiversity Summit, which was at the margins of the UN General Assembly. The UN World Conservation Congress will also address and have an event dedicated to CEOs and business representatives. And I think we'll be hearing more from Lars about the European Business and Nature Summit that will take place later this year. So this is an overall picture of how we can connect things, how businesses can have a role can have no, how businesses have a role, and all the entry points where it can interact with the discussions that are at hand. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I apologize for taking more time than I should have.
Thank you very much, Bianca. Thank you. And thank you for getting up very early in the morning, or actually middle of the night, to give this presentation. You're with us from Montreal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we'll talk more to you during the panel discussion at the end of the session.
Perfect,
Rightly pointed out our next speaker, Bianca. So moving away from the UN level of things, across the Atlantic, we find the European Commission and we find the EU Business and Biodiversity Platform. And coordinating this platform is Lars Müller, policy officer at the DG Environment at the Commission. Please, the floor is yours, Lars.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to give a bit of an insight in some aspects of the EU Business and Biodiversity Platform, respectively the biodiversity strategy that has been adopted in May. I hope everybody is able to see the slides now, because I have to do this, that you are clicking them forward from on your side, so I cannot really see what are you seeing. But I hope you see the opening slides, which has already quite an important statement. That is the main message I would like to get across in this, that our whole economy is depending to a certain extent on nature. And we have heard some aspects what the problem is already. We have heard where entry points are, what companies are doing, and I would like to go a little bit also in the why and how. Next slide, please. The whole effort of the EU Business Biodiversity Strategy is part of the European Green Deal, which is the European growth strategy that is meant to reform and transform the European economy in many, many aspects. And you see on the slides that nature, biodiversity is one key part of many areas where we are moving ahead by transforming the European economy in many aspects. So I cannot go into many of these aspects rather than on the biodiversity strategy. Next, please. To explain a little bit our paradigm, our philosophy, and also the philosophy of our community in the EU Business Biodiversity Network, I would like to point to this picture here, which was actually drafted by a Swede, Johan Rockström, came up with this way of describing the different aspects of sustainability. You see on this picture there the various SDGs, but sorted in a very specific way. And that's another key message I would like to get across. We all learned at school that sustainability is about 3 pillars. So a vertical thing of economy, social aspects, and the environment. And we think this is a wrong picture, plain wrong. You need to turn it by 90 degrees. Sustainability is about layers. And the basis of this layer is nature, the biosphere. And those SDGs that are addressing the biosphere, you need to get right first. Otherwise, you will not be able to get sustainability right in the other dimensions, in the other layers. And the driving thinking behind the biodiversity strategy was from the outset that biosphere is the basis of sustainability, and a huge part, more than half of the global GDP is linked to nature. It's 40 trillion. That was a number that was developed by the World Economic Forum. And restoring biodiversity is also core part of the current situation where we need to restore and recover from the economy in the light of the pandemic. Next, please. Speaking about the World Economic Forum and touching on the why businesses should care. In the annual reports of the World Economic Forum pointing to the key risks for the global economy, it's the environmental issues that are in the upper right corner of this graph, on the left side here of this graph, that are the key environmental risks for the economy. We need to address these. Management and not only the sustainability departments, but rather the CEOs and CFOs need to have a good understanding on the environmental risks when they are running their businesses, if their companies should still be around over the next decades. Next, please. So, looking at the high level at the biodiversity strategy, it has 4 main chapters. Of course, we need to enhance the protection of nature. We have legislation there, the Natura 2000 legislation in the EU, that needs to be better implemented across the EU. It is also that we need to restore, because despite the existing legislation also in the EU, the biodiversity is on the down path. We need to restore in many aspects, in many ecosystems, and for that the biodiversity strategy calls for a comprehensive planning with a whole series of detailed targets. I have listed them in the backup slides. I will not go into detail for the sake of time here, but there will be also next year a legally binding EU-wide targets for which then member states will have to help to implement these, of course. So we are also going to suggest a new legal instrument to enable this restoration of nature, and therefore also have legally binding targets within the EU. Then on the global agenda, we just heard Bianca, my good friend from the Global Partnership, so I don't need to go into that part. But in terms of transformative change, of course, also the biodiversity strategy needs to contribute to transforming the European economy. And there I would like to go a little bit more into detail. Next, please. So in this chapter, we are touching on various aspects. We need to change the way how we steer the decision-making at the administrative or the public level, but also in the corporate world. We need to change also the way how financial flows are being steered. So there's a whole set of, in the sustainable finance strategy, we also need to have a new way of financing and investing in nature. Of course, knowledge and education play a key role, and the promotion of nature-based solutions which address at the same time the climate and the biodiversity challenge are important. And since most decisions are being taken by business, we need to engage with business. Next, please. This is a little bit of a glance of key initiatives that also are listed in the biodiversity strategy. So we will have a new initiative on changing due diligence rules, the duty of care for companies across the value chain. So sustainable corporate governance is one of the key initiatives. As I said, the sustainable finance strategy is a key element. So we will have a new sustainable finance strategy suggested early next year. We are already working on it. So the sustainable finance strategy 2.0 or something like this, it will be called, to substantially contribute to protecting and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem also via finance. Then there's legislation on disclosure rules for companies, the non-financial reporting directive in particular, which is currently under review. How can we strengthen this? The current directive is effective already and has good elements, but it's not implemented in a coherent and consistent way across the member states, and also needs to be enhanced with regard to environmental aspects such as biodiversity. This is currently happening. I mean, we are working on a suggestion in the Commission, which will hit the ground next year, maybe already this autumn. Then there's the taxonomy regulation, which is in place already, which is meant to define what is a sustainable investment, a sustainable economic activity for investors to invest in. This year, there will be delegated acts under this taxonomy regulation targeting and defining what this means for climate adaptation and climate mitigation. Next year, the other environmental aspects, including biodiversity, will follow with a second delegated act defining what means the sustainable investment in nature. A key element in this is something that was also mentioned in the Green Deal: do no significant harm. So every activity that is investing positively in climate also has to make sure that it's not doing significant harm on other environmental aspects. Otherwise, it cannot be called a sustainable investment. And then one element we are very much engaged in the biodiversity platform is integrating the value of nature into the decision-making. Natural capital accounting, we do this together with the Capitals Coalition and many other partners out there to develop bottom-up, in cooperation with companies, standards for measuring the environmental footprint of products and organizations. And there's also a way of doing this developed in the house, the product environmental footprinting methodology. Next, please. Next slide. A little bit of our platform. We are a sharing platform. We are working bottom-up. We are not inventing stuff, but rather listening to our partners and listen to what businesses bring to the table, share it, discuss it among peers. And we hope that we are already in this exponential growing phase 4, that we are getting more and more companies, that we are moving beyond the front runners, moving beyond the piloting companies that we have been working with in recent years, that we are now really moving into a mainstreaming phase, and also that we develop the good methodologies into some more harmonized, more aligned and standardized way of accounting for the relation with nature, with natural capital accounting. Next, please. What we have been doing within the platform is contributing to the biodiversity strategies. We have relaunched the platform. We have built new partnerships with organizations like Business for Nature, We Value Nature, the Capitals Coalition, UNEP, WCMC, and the Global Partnership, of course, and the World Business Council Sustainable Development. There's an important project meant to address the harmonization of natural capital accounting. Many companies are doing this already: Philips, Lafarge, Holcim, Novartis, BASF. I could list Kering, I could list a number of more, but they themselves found they should be comparable when doing this natural capital accounting for the relation with nature, and put this also into monetary values in order to inform CFOs and CEOs. This should be more comparable. They are working on a standardized way of doing so, and the project Transparent is connecting us. We are supporting their work. And then zooming into the green part of nature, the living part of natural capital, biodiversity itself. How can you measure your biodiversity footprint as a financial or as a company? There are a number of projects and methodologies already in the making over the recent years. They were popping up like mushrooms. But which is the best? Which is the most useful? In which situation? Are you addressing local operations? Are you addressing a supply chain? Are you addressing a specific product? You as a company have different application situations. And for all these methods exist, we are trying to analyze and assess and align this, and hope to have together with our partners, based on their experience, soon a kind of standardized way of doing this accounting for the biodiversity footprint of a company. Next. We have 2 reports produced on this already, and we are currently working on a third report. You can find them on our website. So it's really about the assessment of the types of different business applications covered by a tool. And so far we have been focusing on self-description of the tool developers. Now in the next phase, we want to base this very much on the experience also by piloting companies. So those of you who are working in a company and you want to test one of these tools, you are invited to join us and help us testing and finding out which of these tools are most useful for informing your decision making. Next, please.
Okay, Lars, this is Stockholm calling again. Sorry to say that
it's
time's
the last
up.
One. It's the last one, yeah. Next slide, please.
Okay, okay.
So the key point is you need to move even beyond measuring your footprint. You should also value it, because the number of species and your impact on ecosystems, they need to be translated into a language that is understood by your CFO and by your CEO. You need to turn it also into values, monetized values, that they will understand how this relates to their otherwise produced revenues. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Thank you very much. And you will be joining us for the closing panel discussion as well. If you have any questions for Lars, please use the Menti platform that I've been saying repeatedly. So go to the menti.com and type in the conference number. It's 6839136. So 6839136. Thank you. Every year, after the Svemin Environmental Conference, we ask you participators to evaluate the event. And you are all very kind, thank you very much. Some say the presentations are too brief, and some others say the presentations are too technical. So I guess we found a good middle way. Last year, many of you mentioned how much you appreciated the short breaks, led by our Svemin colleague, Moa Weile. So here she comes again. She's back on stage. Moa Weile, please.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I would like you all to stand up because we need to move a little bit and stretch out those arms and legs. So please stand up. Place your feet shoulder width apart. Make sure the entire foot is on the ground. Okay, we're going to start with the upper body. So put your hands together in front of you. And we're going to start with a rotation, and this one is in the shoulder. So rotate with the shoulders, open up, keep your hips forward, hold it and come back. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. This is for everybody, so please stand up, do it, and really take care of your body and take care of the opportunity to move a little bit. We're going to do the same thing again. First on the foot on one side, the front side, one side we started with. Hold it, keep looking over that shoulder and come back again, and we swap for the last time. Look over the shoulder and we come back. We're going to speed this up a little bit. Bend your arms and we rotate this time in the hips, and we're going to work continuously. So from one side to the other, and again from one side to the other. And we stop in the middle. Connect those hands. I would like you to arch your backs, push your shoulder blades apart. Hold it. And we raise those arms and push the ceiling away. So use those palms and push the ceiling away. At least imagine you're doing that. And grow yourself as tall as possible. All right, we shake them arms out a little bit. We're going to go on to the legs. So I want you to lift your knee. You choose which leg you start on. Keep that balance. And you straighten that leg. It's a little bit hard, a little bit challenging. Bend it again. And we straighten it again. All right, keep the balance still on that one leg. This time we're going to rotate and open up the hip. And come back to the middle. Oh, I'm focusing very hard. I can't even look in the camera any longer. And we swap leg. We do the other one. All right, lift that knee. That's slightly a little bit more than what is comfortable. And straighten it. Come back. Do the same thing again. And we're almost done here now. One last time. Come back and we rotate out. One more. We're almost done. and come back. Put the foot down, shake the legs out, shake the arms out, take a deep breath, and breathe out. Shh. All right, that was it. This is what you need to do. You need to get a little bit air in, get a little bit movement in, and I am done. Over to you, Emma.
Thank you, Moa. I hope you all followed her instructions. We did see you guys who are on Zoom, so we could actually see that some of you didn't do they follow the instructions. Anyway, I hope it's looking better among our viewers. Anyway, the Swedish mining and minerals industry is the first industry to develop a joint roadmap for increased biodiversity. Through voluntary initiatives, cooperation and increased knowledge, the industry aims to contribute to global environmental goals and at the same time strengthen the Swedish industry nationally and internationally. The project manager for the Svemin project Mining with Nature is Tove Hägglund from Ecogain. Please tell us more.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to be here, and after this break I was happy to stretch my shoulders as well. I hope you can see my screen. I can't see you, but I will start. Yes, the Mining with Nature project. It's the Swedish mining and mineral industry's roadmap for biodiversity net gain. And I will give you a short introduction to this project, to the industry goal for 2030, and also for some key parts of the proposed roadmap to get there. But I will start by just give you this short background. As you have heard this morning, we need to transform our societies. We have an ecological and climate crisis. And as we heard this morning, metals and minerals are needed in this transformation. But at the same time, mineral extractive activities can also put pressure on the earth and biodiversity, as well in Sweden as in other places. And the Swedish mining and minerals industry has been working very hard for very many years to handle this risk, to minimize the impacts. And I think you will hear more about that tomorrow. But in recent years, the industry has also been working more and more, not only to prevent damage, but also to increase biodiversity in form of mining site and via biodiversity offsets. So there's a lot of experience in the sector when it comes to working with biodiversity issues. And the mining sector has also been working together through Svemin. And about a year ago, some representatives from the Svemin's working group Nature and me and a colleague from Ecogain, we were sitting together and talking about what is the next step. And then the idea was born to create this sector-specific roadmap for biodiversity to contribute to the Living in Harmony agenda. So this project was initiated last year. It is owned by Svemin and led by me, Tove Hägglund at Ecogain. The project partners in the working group are Svemin, Boliden, Cementa, LKAB, Nordkalk and Zinkgruvan. And it's financed via the Swedish Mining Innovation and Svemin, Boliden and LKAB. So the purpose of this project and this roadmap is to facilitate the industry's proactive work for biodiversity, and by doing so strengthen the industry both nationally and internationally. And the way to do this is by producing this roadmap for biodiversity with a clear goal and also concrete actions. And as Emma mentioned, this is a unique roadmap. In Sweden, we have 21 roadmaps for fossil-free competitiveness, but this is the first one for biodiversity. So, as we can see, the mining and minerals industry are frontrunners in this aspect. And I know that other trade organizations are also very interested in this initiative. And we started the project by analyzing trends and other initiatives around the world. And we sorted them at global, EU and national level. And we also mapped several motives for the industry to work proactively with biodiversity. And based on this, we formulated a goal for 2030, which was adopted by Svemin's board in September this year. And it is as follows. The Swedish mining and minerals industry's target is by 2030 to contribute to a net gain in biodiversity in all regions where mining and mineral operations and prospecting take place. And this means that industry will be investing further in developing innovative solutions for achieving sustainable land use in harmony with nature. This goal raises a lot of questions, doesn't it? And we are honest that we don't have all the answers, but we have a lot of ideas. And I will present some of them to you here today. And one key part is to build and share knowledge. We have heard the previous speakers also talking about the importance to build and share knowledge in between us. And this is true also within different companies in the mining sectors, between companies in the sector, with other sectors in Sweden, with the international society, together with academia, NGOs, and governments. And one aspect that we have identified is the need to document and follow up actions that have been made to improve biodiversity. And for that, we need systems for documentation and platforms to share this knowledge between ourselves. And this brings us to the next part of which is innovation. And we have identified several aspects that needs innovation. And one of them is how to best improve biodiversity at different sites here in Sweden. Can we move plants? How to best restore different types of ecosystems? And there are a lot of work already going on within the mining and minerals industry. And I think perhaps that Josh will be telling you a bit about some of these later. And more has to follow. And we need to learn both nationally and internationally from each other so that we can put the resources where it is needed the most. And another part is what Lars also mentioned earlier, that we need to measure and value losses and gains of biodiversity, because otherwise we can't say that we have achieved this goal or how far we are from achieving it. And as Lars mentioned, there are a lot of projects already going on internationally, a huge interest in this, and a need to align all these different valuing tools. And there's also a newly started project here in Sweden, which are trying to seek ways to measure and value losses and gains in Swedish context, but aligned with the international measurement tools. And this is a project that's been started by 8 different companies as a corporation, and it's from 4 different sectors. And the mining and minerals industry has been one of the driving forces to get this project running. And that brings us to the next part, which is cooperation. Because this challenge of biodiversity loss is a challenge for all society. And even though the mining industry can and will be a driving force in this, the industry should not be working in a vacuum, of course. And there's a strong need to work together both nationally and internationally. And there's also important that the industry is given the right frameworks to work proactively with biodiversity. And therefore we have identified some appeals for politicians, because it's apparent that the legislation and practice in Sweden is not really adapted to issues as biodiversity offsets. Because long-term management, access to land. Those are questions that are really challenging today. So in the roadmap, we list several appeals to the governments and also politicians and inspecting authorities. But of course, the most important part is to create action. And we have identified several concrete proposals for actions, which we structure at different levels. We have the cross-industry level, where actions can be taken through Svemin, the corporate level, operational level, and also which issues should best be adopted by cooperation with others. And it's important to say that this roadmap will not be a binding document, but it will be a supporting tool for all different actors that want to start working with biodiversity issues. But one thing that I would like to highlight that we think is very important is for every organization to set their own specific goals for biodiversity and to appoint responsibilities and mandates to work with these questions. And when it comes to this project, the roadmap will be launched at Svemin's autumn meeting this year. So stay tuned, it will be interesting reading for you all. We will launch it in both Swedish and English. And then this project will be completed in December. But the most important part, as I said, is the implementation. Implementation of actions according to the proposals in the action plan. Because at the end of the day, it's out there in nature, on the ground and in the waters that we can create added values for biodiversity. Thank you.
Very much, Tove. And we will meet you again for the panel discussion. So I save my follow-up questions for later. And I sort of follow where you ended, that it's the action that are really, moving things forward. But roadmaps, convention, and agreements are necessary. But on the other hand, all those documents can be quite fluffy and hard to translate into reality. So therefore, we will now give you some good examples from real life. From Heidelberg Cement, we have Joshua Prentice. He will tell us more how they work.
That's it, Emma. Thank you so much. Josh Prentice is my name. I'm the Sustainability Manager at Heidelberg Cement, Sweden. And a lot of the thanks for this presentation anyway have to go to my colleague who's actually worked at Boliden, Anders Forsgård. Anders is not only far more knowledgeable than what I am and better looking, so I don't really know how I ended up in this particular sits today, but I just wanted to begin first of all by thanking Svemin and the previous speakers. I couldn't actually have asked for a better preparation for my particular presentation, and also thank you as well to all of the technicians behind the scenes. You're kind of like Santa's elves. We don't see you, we don't see your magic, but without you, no one gets to have the fun that we have had today. I just wanted to start because I'm aware that obviously we have audience members, which is fantastic, from outside of Sweden. So I sort of just wanted to give a brief introduction of who Boliden and who Samantha are and where we're located. Boliden is one of Europe's leading companies in exploring, extracting and processing base metals and precious minerals. So the map on the left-hand side there shows where all of their mines are actually located. So they're located, the Tara mine, which I will be speaking about shortly, is located in Ireland. We also have a number of mines both in Sweden and also in Finland as well. And Samantha, who is the subsidiary of Heidelberg Cement, the German conglomerate, if you're aware of them, we actually have our two cement plants located in Skövde, which is around about in sort of the middle of Sweden there. And we also have our largest plant, the Slite plant, which is located on the island of Gotland. I'm going to speak a little bit more about both of those sites and which challenges and which opportunities they also provide in terms of biodiversity. But if we start with Boliden, a lot of this information, again, as I said, comes from Anders, which I'm extremely thankful for. You'll see that on the picture here now is the Tara mine, which is located in Ireland. And you'll actually notice on the mine site, well, the first thing I saw when I looked at this particular thing, and it's a point that Anders always emphasises as well, is particularly how green it is. He can actually work with an industrial site to improve biodiversity through what we would consider to be fairly simple actions, I think, for people who are in the know, like a lot of the people who are participating today. It can be just through the creation of green areas, through hedges, through rows of trees, through other sort of fairly basic and simple measures. You can actually create a green mine, as Paul Lidden calls it, which is a way of improving biodiversity during the actual time that you're actually in operation and around the particular mine site itself. We also then move from, we have a mine which is in operation, to obviously former mine sites where actual mining operations have ceased. And it always is a matter of an after-use plan will be developed, and there's always the question now of, oh, okay, what are we going to do with these particular sites? And this is something that Boliden has a long history of and has worked quite comprehensively with in both different countries as well, both in Sweden and elsewhere, as well, is making sure that after-use measures are designed in such a way that they maximise biodiversity. This is something that Boliden, as I said, has worked quite extensively with, and has influenced a lot of the work that's going on into, obviously, the roadmap that Tulva was speaking about previously, and also in regards to two other sites, which I'm going to speak briefly about on behalf of Boliden. One of those is the Kevitsa site, which is actually located in Finland. It seems quite strange that we're sort of hopping from country to country in these times of pandemics and quarantine. This might be the closest that we actually get for a fair while. But this is through how both good planning that specific species can actually be maintained in close connection to industrial areas, both during the time of mining operations and then also afterwards as well. And that there are, exactly as Tulva was talking about, the importance of following up, of actually measuring, of making sure that the measures that we're putting in place are actually giving the effect that we're hoping for, that Boliden is actually able to follow up and ensure that specific species are not only just surviving, but indeed thriving in their habitat. I'll speak just about one more. I'm quite conscious of the time, and I'm quite conscious of the fact that people are probably getting hungry for lunch as well. This is one of the largest mining sites in Sweden, which is the Aitik mine. And this is where Boliden has put in an extensive amount of work with regards to ecological compensation around the mine site and around in surrounding areas as well. There's also a comprehensive research and follow-up program, which has been commenced in conjunction with the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences as well. So this is something where, again, Boliden has worked with other experts in the field to make sure that the actions that they're taking in terms of ecological compensation are actually giving the effect that they so intend. And I know that Anders could speak for a long, long time about the work that's being done in the Aitik mine, but in the issue of time, I'll jump on further and speak about two projects that are fairly close to my particular heart in any case. I spoke about the Gruvbranschen plant in Sweden, which is located sort of in the centre of Sweden, if you will. For those of you who don't know about Gruvbranschen, it's a town of around about 30,000 people, and the cement plant is actually really close to the centre of the city. And there was one particular stream, the Hållbar stream, which was located on the western border of our limestone quarry. And when Cement was about to submit an application for mining operations, to extend our mining operations there, we ran into an issue there with the fact that we would actually have to reroute the stream. This is something I'm looking at Tulva in my window here in Zoom. We've worked very closely with the experts from EcoGain, ecologists, hydrologists, and other experts to actually reroute this stream, to lead the stream around. And what you see today is the picture that there is today. So this was something that wasn't in existence a couple of years ago. And this is something through hard work and expertise that we've actually been able to create, and then also follow up annually through inventory of species to see that they're not just surviving, but also thriving as well. And the final example that I wanted to raise today is the work that we do at our Slita plant, which is located on the island of Gotland. This was something that actually came about we discovered that we have the largest population of this particular type of butterfly, the marsh fritillary, at quite close to 2 of our sites. We used to have a site further down in Sweden called dagar, and we've actually completed the largest inventory of this particular type of species in all of Europe. We actually discovered, we thought it was actually the case that the largest population was closer to dagar. Turned out it was actually in the Slite area there where we have the Europe's largest population of this particular butterfly. And what we do with this knowledge in mind, and again, this was something that was completed with the expertise of Ecogain and other experts, is that we actually follow up with an annual inventory every year of the population. So we are able to see any fluctuations in the population size that we have there. That was the final slide that I wanted to show on this. I just wanted to make one final closing remark. It's a bit of a theme that's gone through from Alison's to Bianca's to Lars to Tilpa's presentations. And it's something that I always say internally, and I know that others should be in agreement with me. We often talk about from industry that we need long-term certainty when you make business decisions. I say biodiversity is the longest term business decision that you will make. It will have an effect tomorrow in terms of how we use our land, but will still be having an impact in 100 years' time. That's just something that I just wanted to pass on in light of the earlier speakers as well. I'll hand it back now to you, Emma, in the studio in Stockholm.
Thank you very much, Josh. It's perfect. You're doing my job to sort of wrap things up, Josh. Thank you very much. I hope you can have all speakers on screen now, and all speakers joining us. Could I have that on my screen here in the studio too, so I can sort of see you all at the same time? Well, sort of. It doesn't now. It's almost there. Anyway, you all heard, I was obviously representing Svemin. I'd like to start by hearing your comments on the Svemin project, Mining with Nature, that Tove Hägglund was presenting. What are your thoughts on that? The four of you. Bianca, for example? Were you awake?
Oh, yeah. It's very encouraging to see the efforts that certain industries have been making over the past few years. And when I first came in contact with Ecogain, I was actually interviewed when they were finalizing the development of, I think, some stages of the project. So it was very interesting to see their perspective, coming from an industry background and then being able to understand what is needed in terms of policy making so they could address that with local authorities. And I think that's very encouraging. And I think we need to see more of those. Because they do have certain knowledge in terms of the sector that they work with, but of course mining is very heavily dependent on biodiversity, so it comes from different perspectives. It comes from the dependability that they have on the environment, but also what can be done at the industry level.
So thank you, Bianca. Lars Müller from the Commission, what are your thoughts on such a practical project as Tove Hägglund was presenting?
I think this is absolutely vital that we see more of this practical help for individual operators in gravel pits or whatever things you are having there in the mining industry. But one thing I would like to touch upon, companies like Heidelberg Cement, one of our members, are having comprehensive biodiversity strategies already. So they are maybe the easier part of the whole sector. The problem is all those smaller and medium-sized companies. So if you develop those guides, those best practice activities that every operator of a mine could do, you, Svemin, need to make sure that this is trickling through the whole sector so that all the medium and small operators are also applying this good practice guidance. That's something I learned also with cooperation with UETG here at the European level. So you, Svemin, could have a key role also in helping getting this mainstreamed as a new normal in the sector. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have, thank you, Lars, for pointing that out. It's an interesting, and it's a good point. But we do represent some 40 member companies, and but we do always try to reach out to those who are not members too, because we are representing in the eye of the general public the mining industry, and nevertheless they are members or not. So I fully agree. Before we head over to the questions from you guys in the audience, I would like to ask you, or I rephrased. I put it this way: that we've talked a lot about practical, creating facts on the ground, being hands-on and so forth. But what really make a difference is the intention, or the the intention of world leaders. What would you say? World leaders such as Bolsonaro or Trump, what impact do they have on the work or understanding of biodiversity? What do you say? I go to Alison, for example.
I think that Lars and Bianca can perhaps comment a little bit more than myself on this, but I mean, we are in a stage where we have many world leaders who are not giving these environmental issues the attention that they need. When we see, for instance, Trump threatening to pull out of the Paris Accord, and that he is also, that the US has not signed on to this new, help me here, Bianca, what's the name of the agreement that was just agreed last week? Slipping my mind.
The leaders pledge for nature.
Yes, thank you. When we see leaders that are not taking these seriously, it sends it's a very dangerous signal, especially when they are some of the countries that are having very, very large impacts, or in the case of Brazil, have some of the remaining resources.
Mm-hmm.
So it's dangerous.
What do you say, Bianca, in Montreal? What impact does it have?
We have many good examples that we need to focus on. Unfortunately, in terms of leadership, governments come and go. What is left is either the support that they have for biodiversity or the damage that they do. And the only thing that concerns everyone is the fact that the damage takes decades to be overcome. So that's very worrisome. We're just hoping that, there is a lot of positive movement coming from European Union, actually, to try and stimulate the government in Brazil to be more responsible, to be more sustainable, to protect a little bit more of the forest. And so we're hoping that all these movements from the other positive examples will have a bearing on what comes next.
Okay. Diplomatic answer. Okay, I'll go over to my colleague Linus Ljungström and head over to the questions from the audience.
Yep. For the record, I also did the workout with Mua, but I was off camera. All right, so I have a question from a viewer here, and it's directed to Alison. And how much of the global biodiversity is found in the marine environment / oceans? And how does this impact on what we need to do to stop the massive decline of biodiversity?
If we look species-wise, I'm pulling these numbers off the top of my head. I believe it's about 2.2 million species that we find in marine environments. And that compared to about, I want to say 6.9, if that adds up correctly, on land. So it's significantly more species on land than in marine environments. But we can't be looking at species alone. Obviously, we depend on marine environments quite a bit for our survival as well. And I think they often get neglected because we don't see them as easily until you stick your face in the water. It's something that you can kind of forget what's going on under there. So it's absolutely part of the puzzle, and it's something that we need to be thinking about in this whole Earth system. We can't say we only need to look at the tropics. We can't only look at boreal forests, and we can't only look at marine systems. We need to be looking at everything together. Even though the majority of biodiversity is found on land, the ocean does cover way more of the Earth than land does, and it is responsible for these processes that are essential for our survival and as well as for our economy.
All right, thank you very much. And we have one question here from a viewer, and it's directed to Bianca. The momentum for business that you mentioned, how do you make sure that all are included, not only the best performances, the best performers?
I think we're watching so many organizations coming forth. Lars mentioned here we have a big coalition that was formed last year called Business for Nature. They managed to garner 500 plus big companies worldwide that I think amount to $4 trillion in revenue that are willing to step up and take action for biodiversity. There are also, at the national level, there's many countries that have been watching businesses take leadership in many discourses. I think since we mentioned Brazil, something very interesting happened when the fire started in the Amazon. Banks and businesses stepped up actually, and they sent letters to the government asking government to be more careful with the environments that were on fire at the time. And I think this had some bearing because some measures were put in place at the time. So businesses have that power, they have that voice, and I think now they're using it more and more for the good of the planet, which it's very, very encouraging. And I think, our role as the political process is to make sure there are entry points for them to contribute to the discussion, to be involved into the decision-making process, because they will be very, very instrumental for the implementation of whichever global biodiversity framework we have approved and adopted during COP.
Thank you. And finally, I think this one is directed at Tove, maybe Lars. On a project scale, for example, a single mine in Sweden, should the climate crisis or the biodiversity crisis be prioritized? The Habitats Directive often slows down permitting, even for critical raw materials.
Yeah, well, there is, if I may,
sure.
There is an interesting concept that is called temporary nature with regard to biodiversity. So you can operate a mine by allowing for the continuation of certain population, because an open mine always means that you are creating new habitats of a very special kind, open soil, open rocks, rock pools and so on, that are creating new habitats. If you are aware of this, if you are operating this mine in awareness of these new habitats and new populations you are creating, there are many examples I know from Belgium and from Germany in particular, that you can operate a mine also by maintaining these and in awareness that, okay, at a certain point in time, you will also operate in this place, but the population of your species is then living in another part which you do not touch during that phase in the same mine.
Thank you. I think I'm looking at the clock here, and I think I'm going over to you again, Emma.
Okay, yeah, I think we need to wrap this up. It's very soon time to go for lunch, a late lunch, or maybe Bianca, for you to have breakfast. So thank you all speakers and participants, but before we all head off for lunch, I have an announcement to make to all of you from the Swedish Mining Innovation, and that Swedish Mining Innovation is the formerly known as SIPSTRIM, the research hub. They have an open call right now, and the name of the call is Tackling Sustainability, Environmental and Climate Challenges in the Mining and Metals Industry. And this call is open until November 5th this year. So you can find out more information about this. It might be interesting for you. Please check it out. It's on www.swedishmininginnovation in one word and then .se. So I see you back here from the studio in Stockholm at 1:30, and we will talk about water management. at the third session, and you use the same link to reconnect after lunch. So now it's lunch break. Thank you.
Så där, nu är det löst.
Kör jag direkt eller?
Back to the third session of the Svemin Environmental Conference, the first digital environmental conference that we host ever. And I'm happy to see you guys back here for this third session of the day. Water is what we are going to talk about now, water management. Water is one of the most important issues in mining and one of the issues the permitting processes focus on, rightly so. It is important. But risk judgments and investigations could be tricky and lengthy. The Water Framework Directive is decisive and does have good intentions, but the implementation or application do cause challenges. This is really complicated matters. Therefore, we are very happy to have with us today someone who can explain this to us. We're looking forward to listen to Johanna Söderasp. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Yes, and good afternoon. We had to solve it. We had a bit of technical issues, but I think I hope this will work. My name is Johanna Söderasp, and I am Water Management Director of the Botnian Bay Water District Authority. And the Botnian Bay District is the northernmost water district in Sweden, and my office is located in Luleå in the county of Norrbotten. So I've been asked to give an introduction to this water management session of the Svemin Conference 2020 by explaining the main purpose behind the Water Framework Directive and describe the essentials of the water management system it prescribes. So I have chosen the title, The EU Water Framework Directive, a legal frame for adaptive governance of water resources within the EU for this presentation. Next. So we start with some background. And before the Water Framework Directive, the water legislation within the Union was perceived as quite fragmented, sectoral, overlapping and difficult to overview. So basically, water directives had been adopted since the 1970s as reactions to specific problems such as drinking water quality, bathing water quality, protection of groundwaters, and the prevention of water pollution by nitrates from agriculture. Next. So in the 1990s, increasing pressures on Europe's water motivated the EU to a more global approach to water management. And in the year 2000, the EU Water Framework Directive was adopted. So through the VFD, a modern and holistic approach to the management of freshwater resources was introduced, with sustainability and a long-term protection of water resources in focus. So the directive was aimed at facilitating this shift from fragmented and sectoral water policies to a more holistic, integrated and adaptive governance system based on water's natural flow and boundaries. Next. The Water Framework Directive has been described as the most substantial and ambitious piece of EU environmental legislation to date. And this high environmental ambition becomes clear when looking at the recital and purposes of the directive. So in the first recital, for example, the directive states that water is not a commercial product like any other, but rather a heritage which must be protected, defended, and treated as such. The purpose of the directive is described in Article 1 and summarized here as to establish a framework for the protection of surface waters and groundwaters, to prevent further deterioration of surface waters and groundwaters, to promote sustainable water use based on long-term protection of available resources, and to progressively reduce pollution of both groundwaters and surface waters within the Union. Next. Key elements of the Water Framework Directive are the environmental objectives and an adaptive ecosystem-based management system. So the environmental objectives in Article 4 implies two main obligations on the Member States. First, Member States shall prevent further deterioration of the status of all surface and groundwater bodies within the Union. And second, member states shall protect, enhance and restore all water bodies in order to achieve good water status, originally by the end of 2015. A good water status encompasses the environmental objectives of good ecological and chemical status of surface waters and good quantitative and chemical status of groundwater. And the directive leaves room for alternative objectives for waters that are artificial or heavily modified by human activities. In these cases, member states should aim at achieving good ecological potential and good ecological or good surface water chemical status. So in order to fulfill these environmental objectives, the VFD relies on an ecosystem-based adaptive management system to be carried out repetitively in 6-year cycles. The ecosystem perspective is reflected through the river basin management approach, meaning that the administrative arrangements must be based on water's natural boundaries and flows, hence at hydrological rather than administrative scales. In addition, the VFD prescribes participatory approaches, structures for adequate water pricing to ensure sustainable water use, and a combined approach to target both point and diffuse sources of pollution. Next. When setting the environmental objectives, there are 2 main exemptions that the member states can use. First, there is a possibility to use extended deadlines until 2021 or at the latest 2027, provided that no further deterioration occurs and all of the conditions of VFD Article 4.4 are met. For example, this entails that the delay is due to reasons of technical feasibility or disproportional costs. Second, member states may aim to achieve less stringent environmental objectives for specific bodies of water when they are so affected by human activity or their national condition is such that the achievement of the standard objectives would be infeasible or disproportionately expensive. Next. So once the environmental objectives are set, the only way to allow for projects that risk deterioration of the water status or otherwise jeopardizes the achievement of the environmental objectives is by using the derogation regime of Article 4.7. So the derogation regime is applicable in 2 specific situations. First, it's possible to allow for new modifications to the physical characteristics of a surface water body or alterations to the level of groundwater bodies. Second, failure to prevent deterioration from high status water to good status water of a body of surface water, and this is a result of a new sustainable human development activity. So these are the 2 situations. And in both these situations, also the following conditions must be met. A, all practical steps are taken to mitigate the adverse impact on the status of the body of water. B, the reasons must be explained in the river basin management plan for the district. C, the project must be of overriding public interest and or its benefits must outweigh the benefits of achieving the environmental objectives. And D, the beneficial objectives cannot, for reasons of technical feasibility or disproportionate cost, be achieved by other means, which are a significantly better environmental option. So this means that in situations of adverse effect, or adverse effects that might not be mitigated as an integral part of a specific project, the only way to still allow the project is by motivating it under this regime. So either of the 2 situations just described must be applicable. Next, please. So the case law developed by the European Court of Justice over the years has clarified the legal obligations under the directive, and the high environmental ambitions has caused problems in implementation for several member states. In a number of decisions in the environmental field, the Court of Justice has established as a general principle when interpreting environmental directives that the individual provisions of an environmental framework directive, such as the VFD, cannot be properly understood in isolation. Rather, directive provisions must be interpreted within the context of the directive as a whole, including its purpose and more general objectives. Next. So the groundbreaking case in this regard was the Weser case from 2015. And basically what the Court of Justice established in this case was first that all environmental objectives of the Water Framework Directive are legally binding in each state of implementation of the directive, and this includes individual authorization procedures. Secondly, this means that EU member states are obliged to refuse authorization for individual products that negatively affects the water environment unless the individual project can be motivated under the derogation regime just described. So following the later Schwarze-Sulm case from 2016, member states are allowed a certain degree of national discretion in the assessment of derogation, as long as all of the conditions of the derogation regime are met and they must be well documented in the grounds for reasoning of the decision. Regardless of this possibility to use the derogation regime, this quite strict interpretation of the environmental objectives and the obligations under the VFD has challenged member states' implementation in many countries, including Sweden. Next. So, where are we now? Well, the question of whether the directive should be revised has been debated ever since 2017, when it was first initiated. I think the first conference on the matter was held in 2018. However, on the 23rd of June 2020, the European Commission announced that the Water Framework Directive and its daughters will not be revised. So the directive stands. Rather, the Commission announced that more focus must now be placed on future implementation support for the member states and control in some ways. So this means that more infringement procedures initiated by the EU Commission probably are to be expected in the near future. And it is thus important that EU member states steps up and places even more focus on implementation during the upcoming water management cycle. The next cycle starts on December 2021 and runs until the end of 2027. It's important to emphasize that the directive will live on also after that, with new 6-year management cycles to come after 2027. The only thing that disappears after 2027 is the possibility to use the exemption of extended deadlines for when the environmental objectives are to be met. So before the next water management cycle starts, there is a public hearing planned here in Sweden for the period of November 1st, 2020 and leaps until 30th of April 2021. So in this public hearing, anyone is welcome to leave written comments on the new proposals for environmental objectives, program of measures, and river basin management plan. And that's all for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Johanna. Thank you very much for a thorough presentation on the Water Framework Directive. I know you work for the Water District Authority, but do you think that the decision from June was it a good decision that not to revise the framework directive?
I don't want to value whether or not it was a good decision or not, but I think that we need to focus on what's ahead of us, and we need to implement this directive. And we've learned from each cycle, and we also encountered new struggles and problems, of course. But I think it's important that we all got sort of an answer at least, and the final decision to end the debate. And now we need to focus on what's next, so to speak.
Yeah, we surely need to do that. Look forward. Thank you, Johanna. And I understand you you have to leave us now. Is that still so?
Yes, unfortunately, I don't have time to participate in the panel discussion afterwards.
Okay, yeah, I understand you were double booked. So thank you very much for joining us, being able to join us this afternoon. So we're glad you could make it. So, but if you do, the viewers, if you have any thoughts you want to share on Johanna's presentation, please let us know. And as I've been mentioning this morning, you use the Menti platform, menti.com, and write the numbers 6839136. So 6839136, and you will come into the Svemin Environmental Conference part of the Menti platform. It is important to have rules and regulation that solve real problems that actually could be sometimes missing today. I mean, sometimes the environmental quality standards, the EQS, are thought to be too strict for no reason at all. The important question is, what is really causing a negative effect? The consultants at Pelagia Nature and Environment have studied this relevant topic, and we are happy to have with us today, despite different shoulder-related accidents in the near time, Björn Rydvall. He will tell us more.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here. This does make sense. Yes, as Emma said, my name is Björn Rydvall. I'm working at Pelagia since 2006, and actually working most of my time with different topics related to my Swedish mining industry, and especially questions regarding water. So this is the scope of my presentation. I'm going to give a picture of which biological parameters are we monitoring today, and what possible effect or potential effects are those responding to, or are we evaluating today. And at the end, show you our ideas on how this maybe could be a little bit more optimized to make it more relevant. And so this is what we're looking at. We have, this is of course very general, but we have the surplus water from Swedish mining activities. I think we can say on all sites we have increased levels of nitrogen in different types coming from the explosives. Compared to the recipient or the natural water, the levels of sulfate and chloride are often much higher, and there are metals in higher levels than natural. And this is very site specific. It differs from one site to another, depending on the mining activity, what kind of ore are we mining, and what we're doing with it. And it's not only metals that are site specific, also other elements, other salts and the major elements could be present in higher levels. And I think for all these sites, there's an ambitious system for monitoring, taking water samples, looking at the levels of different substances in the water. And I mean, shouldn't this be enough then? But what we've seen, this is no news for anyone, I think, and that's a big part of the framework that we're working with, is that no, water samples won't give you the full picture. First, looking at water samples, we will only get a response or an answer for what we're looking for. There might be other substances present that either we don't know of or we have chosen not to analyze. And even for the substances that are analyzed, we don't know everything about the potential toxic effects. And looking at the water sample, you will get a snapshot. You won't get the integrated picture of this sampling point or the environment. You will know what was there at the point where I took my sample. Looking at toxicity, this is very complicated. I don't know far from everything about this, and I won't be able to cover only a small part of it. But we know that when you combine two substances that are toxic together, they might be more toxic, much more toxic in some cases. But on the other hand, we know that for other combinations, for example, when you have higher level of sulfites together with some metals, at least for some of the organisms, we see that they are much less toxic than what you could expect just looking at the metal content. And this toxicity is also affected by environmental factors, temperature, pH, organic matter, and many other factors. And when we discuss toxicity, it's not that we can look at the plant and from the toxic response on the plants or an algae, we know everything about how this mixture of water will affect the fish. And we can't look at the benthic fauna living on the bottom of a lake and predict what's going to happen with the diatoms. So I mean, the toxicity is specific for this organism group. It's not for each organism, but for the group of organisms that they are representing. And so together, this is pretty complex, and it's hard to make the right estimate. It's easy to overestimate toxicity, but in some cases you can underestimate it as well. So what we've written in the report for Svemin, and many others have written before us, is that if you want to look at effects on biological life in a water body, you should look at the response on biology. You cannot rely on chemistry. What we did, I mean, we've been going through 13 monitoring programs for ongoing mining activities in Sweden, and this is a large part of Swedish mining. And this is done today to quite large extent. I mean, going through these monitoring programs, we see that there is lots of energy and money spent on investigating in benthic fauna in the streams, in lakes, electrofishing in the streams, extensive gill net fishing in lakes, looking at diatoms, phytoplankton, macrophytes, which is like the large plants, and also specific surveys on mouth parts on chironomites in some cases, metal levels in fish. So there's quite much work done today. And we would dig a bit deeper into this. We see that, and this is in general, there are several exceptions for this, but in general, a large is done every 4 to 6 years, and this survey is based on these regulations from the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management, and supporting with lots of information that corresponds to the framework directive. And we have a pretty good picture on potential effects from eutrophication and acidification, because that's what you're looking for in these regulations. Unfortunately, we don't have that much information corresponding to eventual effects from metals or from the sulfates or something like that, because most of the work that is done today is based on the regulations, and the regulations are focusing on the eutrophication, which is in Sweden overall is probably a good idea. When it comes to investigating mining in the northern part of Sweden, it's maybe not perfect. And what's also important to remember is that if you go back to the last picture, we see that the frequency of these investigations is in general 4 to 6 years. And for some of these methods, some of these parameters, for example, for phytoplanktons, this is not enough to meet the requirements in the regulations. So actually, we don't have enough to say anything. The year-to-year variation for phytoplankton is known to be at such an extent that you have to be at least every other year to be able to evaluate it. And only in a few cases we have that. So in the end, I'm going to summarize this with a couple of suggestions for improvements. First of all, if we're going to sample based on the regulations from the government, we need to adapt the sampling frequencies to each organism group. It's not as it's done today in many cases where you have the same frequency for plankton as for extensive gill net fishing. That's not effective and it's not wise. We think that we should have different frequencies for different types of organisms so that we, in an efficient way, get the data we need to evaluate it without causing too much effects on the environment. I mean, gill net fishing affects the fish population and it costs lots of money, but plankton sampling has to be done very more often. Otherwise, we can't evaluate the results. And also the fact that all these surveys that has been collected by today and probably going to carry on in the future, enormous amounts of information on the organism populations, lists of organisms found in these samples. And today they are evaluated directly corresponding to known information regarding their the effects from eutrophication and acidification, if they're sensitive or not to high and low pH, or if they're sensitive or not to level of nutrients or low oxygen levels, for example. But all this information could be used in a standardized way to look at potential effects or known effects from toxic substances, from metals. And to some extent that is already done today, but not in a standardized way that you can use as an index. We see a big potential in creating indexes for these different organism groups, responding to, is there a problem from, example, exposure to metals? We think that should be possible to make in a standardized way, since all the data is already there. Some of these monitoring programs already have evaluations on sublethal effects. I mean, deformations, for example, on diatoms or chironomides. That could be used more, and that gives us information about chronic effects or sublethal effects, which means that you will see an effect earlier than just an organism not being present. And another type of evaluations that is used at some extent today, but could be used much more, is looking at the actual content of metals in the biota. We know that the bioavailability of, for example, heavy metals is strongly affected of other parameters in the water, which means that instead of just discussing the level of metals, we could look at how much is actually taken into the organisms. And this will work good for metals, heavy metals that are not supposed to be in biological life. It's more complicated when it comes to those essential metals that we are auto-regulating within the body. On the other hand, the problem with these metals are normally much smaller. But when it comes to heavy metals that we are worried about, we could look at if they are actually biomagnified in the ecosystem, which means that are they available, like uranium. We know there's uranium, but is it a problem? That's hard to see from the water chemistry, but we could actually look at the biota and see if it ends up in the food web. Thank you.
Thank you, Björn, and thank you for being able to join us here. I think that what you said, one of your final sentences there, like if we trace or find one element in the water sample, yes, but is it a problem that it's there? I think that's a very relevant question. And I don't know if you heard the previous speaker, Johanna Söderasp from the Water District Authority. I asked her whether she has an opinion on whether the Water Framework Directive should have been revised or not. Do you have any thoughts on that?
That's a very complicated and maybe infected question.
That's why she couldn't answer. So I'm posing it to you instead.
We have we could use information that we have today to get more information on the actual effects. I think we are looking at. We don't have any sharp weapons today. Trying if we want to answer whether a mining activity is causing a problem or not. I think that could be done more precise.
Okay, all right. I say enough for now. For you, Björn, you're coming back for the panel discussion. And we can.
Yes.
And again, if you have any questions for Björn or want to comment on what he has presented, please let us know through the Menti platform that we use for this conference. Svemin is running a large project focusing on water management. And we are trying to identify what changes are needed to achieve an efficient water management in Sweden. And we've been doing this for a while. And two colleagues from LKAB and Boliden, who has been with this project for a long time, is Lotta Olausson, LKAB, and Malin Soup from Boliden. They will give us a glimpse on what we have achieved or what we have done so far. So please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Emma. I will start to share the screen, and hopefully you can see my presentation. There. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, as Emma said, Malin Soup, and I'm part of the environmental staff function at Boliden. And I, together with Lotta Olausson from LKAB, have got the opportunity to give you a short presentation regarding what we're doing within Svemin's working group for water issues. And basically, we have been focusing a lot on the Swedish water regulation lately. And when I say the regulation, I mean both the actual legislation and the application and use of the legislation. And we have started from the situation where we are today and try to move forward to potential for improvements. And why is this such an important question for the mining industry? Well, since the implementation of the Water Framework Directive in Sweden, issues regarding water has become more and more complex, and now we consider it one of the most critical aspects for the mining industry in terms of, for example, developing our operations, starting new mines, and even continuing operating our existing mines. We have a regulation including boundaries that are set theoretically that has evolved and become absolute limits in nature. And this has been done without enough consideration taken to different conditions in water bodies, as Björn was talking about, and the possibilities to mitigate or handle emissions to reach the limits, natural conditions, etc. So this has led to a situation where we find ourselves in more and more complex discussions. For example, in permitting processes that might in the end lead to sub-optimations of our operations and processes, and where the environmental gain or relevancy can be discussed. And I'd like to add that what we want in the end is not permissions without terms or limits to relate to, but we feel that this must be set in a relevant way, and the system must allow for improvements and development. So we started this project, and we call it Swedish Water Regulation, Potential for Improvements, and the purpose is basically to create a platform that can function as a base for a proactive work with issues regarding the Swedish water regulation. We want it to be possible to discuss and cooperate between industry, authorities, and decision makers in a pragmatic way, since we believe that this is absolutely necessary to move forward. And we also are convinced that we share this experience with many others, maybe from different perspectives, but we have a lot to gain by discussing this and cooperate. So we have set up some targets. We want to illustrate through examples and experiences the problems that we have identified within Svemin. And we want to have a focus on potential for improvements. So we want to be solution oriented. And we also want to develop a plan to initiate necessary activities. And at the moment, we have partially reached some of these targets, but there are still more work to be done. So far, we have analyzed the current situation through a number of workshops, discussions, meetings, gathering of information, trying to actually point out where the most important areas are regarding the Swedish water regulation. And it's easier said than done, but we have tried to do it from different perspectives, from the water management cycle point of view, from a permitting process point of view, etc. And we had tried to compile all this information in a report. And in the report, every identified area, that could be from how the water bodies are pointed out to the possibility to get dispensation from the legislation. We have tried to sort this information in different parts. So we point out which authorities that are involved in the process. We try to, of course, describe the problem. Where does it occur? Why does it occur? And we give examples of cases from different mines, because we know that actual examples from real life are a good way to start the discussion from. We have looked into laws, regulations, and guidance documents, and to see what is said there. And we also want to do comparison for some of these areas to other EU countries. How have they solved the situation? Here we still have some work to be done. And then we come to possible improvements. And I really want to emphasize that we haven't got all the answer, but we try to point in directions that we believe in. And Lotta will further on give you some examples from the report. And finally, we also try to point out if there are any ongoing projects, initiatives, investigations, etc., that handles this particular area as a way to possibly move further with the discussion. And you can see the report here. And I'd just like to say that at the moment, this is an internal document where more examples are to be added. And we also see this as something that we will continuously review, put in more and more examples and information. So we have a good platform to discuss from. But since one important target is to spread this information and share the information, we are at the moment looking into how we, in a best way, can distribute this information to others as well. And shortly, the conclusion. Well, there are difficulties communicating the problems coupled to water regulation. If you want a simple answer, we really tried to do it, but the water regulation consists of many, many individual parts that together creates the problem. So we like to illustrate it through a network that is getting more and more impenetrable to find a way through. And we believe that within the existing system, there are possibilities to both simplify and complicate. And to a large extent, this depends on how the legislation is actually used and how individual administrators handle different parts of the system. So there is a lack of this holistic approach that we are aiming for. And we believe that holistic perspective is absolutely necessary to make the best decisions in the end. So with that said, I will leave the word to Lotta, who's going to give you some practical examples.
Yes, thank you so much, Malin. So I will continue with the sharing 3 examples from the report, and this is examples that we have found out to be maybe leading us the road ahead in Swedish water management. So the first example is a more transparent way of establishing new RBSPs, and this is SFA in Swedish. So we would like to see this process in a four-step process, starting with a proper investigation about the up-and-coming RBSPs, and we want this investigation to be organized in a clear process with a linked time plan. This is because we want to contribute to a process like this. And we also believe that the mining industry has really good knowledge that could contribute to the investigation. The second step is an evaluation step, where we motivate why is it necessary for this specific substance to be an RBSP, and what is the expected environmental effect if we have this new regulation. When we have continued and we have found out, okay, there is a need for this new RBSP, then we really want to emphasize the impact assessment, which should actually cover what are the consequences for this suggestion. And also in this case, we really would like to have a time plan to make sure that all concerned parties have a chance to give in their comments to the investigation. And we would also like this impact assessment to be made from a broad social economic perspective and not only from an environmental perspective. It should also be possible to reach what we are proposing. So at the very end, when we have finally determined the need for RBSP, then of course it's time for a decision. And what we really would like to see in the decision of an RBSP is what we call a dossier. And that is some kind of documentation of this whole process, so that it is possible to go back, re-evaluate, maybe new information has become available, maybe we need to reassess something further on. So our next example, it has actually to do with what I just talked about, the improved impact assessment. And this it's not only for RBSPs, of course, but it has to do with all kinds of water legislations. We think it's really important to have an early consultation with all the industries that are actually involved in, that's going to be affected about this change. And this is because we think we as industries actually can provide lots of knowledge, so that people who are making the new legislation or the proposal can collect a lot of knowledge from us. And as you can see in these pictures, this is pictures from pilot tryouts for different remediation techniques here in Kiruna. We also believe that extended competence is necessary in this impact assessment. That means we are actually, I want to go back to what Malin said about this holistic approach. So we really need to see this from a society point of view and not only from an environmental point of view. So it should be possible for both having industries and have a good environmental law in place at the same time. Yes, I think our time is almost up. But the third example is that we really would like to have change a little bit in the definition of RBSP to allow a site-specific approach. Today they are set on a national value that is the same everywhere in Sweden. But since mining recipients are quite different from a typical normal surface water in Sweden, it would be much more. It would be much better, and actually, it would make a lot more sense if we could have this site-specific approach. And this is also going back to what Björn talked about before. So what we in Svemin and in the working group for water really would like to do in the future is to have a more cooperation with HAV, that is the Swedish Agents for Marine and Water Management, in research and different projects for a better of these site-specific RBSPs in the future. So that was our last example. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lotta, and thank you, Malin, for a presentation here in this of this complicated matter that water management really is. I think one of you guys said that it is a network of problems. It was you, Malin, who said it is a network of problems that's sort of interlinked and intertwined. I think that it could also describe the state of the world of today. You know, it's a network of problems out there. Thank you very much, and you will come back for the panel discussion at the end of this session. Before moving on to the next speaker, I believe we have a Menti question, because we would like to find out and get to know a little bit more about our viewers, your participators. So, what do you think of when you think of water? We already have a few words in this word cloud. Is it up and running, Linus?
It's up and running, yes.
So that's what you guys think of when you think of life. I think that's wise. Essential, thirst, clean. I sort of estimated it would be more like problems. Tricky, complicated. I'm happy to see all these positive words.
Life is standing strong. Life and essential.
Yeah. Okay, I think we have had enough. Like we have mentioned, water management is not easy. There is a lot to be coordinated in this matter. Therefore, we are very happy to have with us today from the Ministry of Enterprise, the Special Coordinator, the Director General Ulla Sandborg.
Well, thank you, Emma. I'm going to share my pictures here. And also thank you for the invitation. Yes, my name is Ulla Sandborg. I work for the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, and I'm coordinating the industry in the sustainable use of water. My background is in IT telecom, but mainly in energy. And there are very many similarities between energy and water. Old infrastructure and often taken for granted. So I'm going to talk a bit more about that. I'm going to talk about my role and my assignment, but also some key findings that I have. I started to work as the coordinator by the beginning of this year. What is the coordinator's role, and why do we have coordinators? It's when the government and the ministry wants to push a question, and then this time it's the water area, they want to investigate more. So I push the development within this area. I investigate challenges, and I can say there are many suggestions that are given to the ministries, and I think it's very hard for them to prioritize what's coming and how to handle all these issues that are coming. So I investigate that, and then I suggest development within areas that is needed. I work together with the authorities, but I'm more independent. I can actually suggest whatever I want, but I'm not the one to decide in the end. My work is not a regular investigation with one report. I report on an ongoing basis. I think that's a much faster way to move forward. And I like the way of working, more agile, so that's good. How about the why, the background? As you all know, water is used for so many purposes, and it is essential for functioning society and enterprise. A sustainable use of water needs to be in balance with the amount of water that we have. And for this, we need a very good data. We also need reliable prognosis, both of available resources, but also of the consumption. So for this, we need more measurements and digitalization. That's what some of the authorities are working with. We also have the climate change to handle for the future. The summer of 2018 was one year that was extra challenging in some areas in Sweden. Warm weather and drought led to stress on the water supply. And I think that some people actually awakened by this and saw that water is not an unlimited resource anymore. And how about the what? The assignment, what am I doing then? I drive the development for responsible usage of water, and the question I often ask myself is if there are enough incentives to be responsible and sustainable in using water. The main drivers I've found is very interesting. It's when you have the shortage of water, then you start to work much more with the issues. And then there are the customers. They are driving sustainable use of water. They want to have sustainable products. So I think that's very good. That's a good driver. I coordinate a huge amount of actors in agriculture, food, enterprise, lots of networking. And I support ongoing initiatives, both at the authorities, but elsewhere as well. So it's a lot of gathering of information. I have drawn a picture of areas and challenges, and I work together with my colleagues at the ministry with this. How do I do this then? Way of working. Of course, the dialogue to promote exchange of experiences and cooperation is the most important thing that I do. One area that I'm working in is at the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences. After a strategic work, they decided to have a program for sustainable use of water. I think it's very good because you then gather research companies, authorities, trade associations, and companies together with academia. So we are launching a report in the beginning of next year. I can also see that lots of the research companies have an increased focus on water. The issue is very important for lots of companies and the society, of course. And I analyze conditions to develop more efficient processes when we're using water and the impact on Swedish competitiveness. I think this is very important. We often talk about the environmental and the climate, but we also have to be competitive in the society as a whole. And the goal is, of course, to identify areas that need development. And I like to work with the trade associations. Like Svemin's report is very good. Then it's very I can handle these issues and talk to others about your views. So I thank you for that report. Last of all, some key findings for me. I promised you to get some of those. Five of those. We've heard Malin and Lotta and more people talking about the holistic view. It's really needed, for instance, for permits. If we're going to achieve the goals both for the climate and for the environment, we need a holistic view, but we also need it in a bigger sense as well. A system-wide perspective is what we really need. The second thing is that we need a transparent and predictable processes for new and renewed permits. This is crucial for all companies in all countries. I talked about the availability of data, or measurements and digitalization, and an issue is the secure sharing of data, because today it's strict legislation in this area, but we need to get some tools to share data, because knowing is important when we talk about water, not just thinking and guessing. The organization to manage water nationally is important, and an investigation was done, and the suggestion is presented, and also viewpoints are gathered, and we're waiting for the next step. In Sweden, the water area is divided between at least 5 ministries, and I think this is hard for the industry to handle it, actually. There's also an investigation is launched in August by the government. It's called a modern and efficient environmental assessment. And of course, we're looking forward to see what this can give this a push in this area. It's going to be ready by the end of next year. The last thing I wanted to say is the significance of coordination between the industry and the municipality. This is a success factor, to have a common understanding of the challenges. This is also needed between the authorities. So I push for a common understanding and support from the authorities in order to manage all the challenges that we have with the Water Framework Directive, and also getting new companies and new mines and whatever in our country. So that's what I wanted to end with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulla. Thank you very much. Thank you for being able to join us and talk about your assignment. It is an important assignment, as you say. It's complicated matters, and everything that you come to the conclusion that you need a holistic point of view. It's that is complicated. You know, many parameters interlinked. But having these insight now after you started your assignment in January, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you have met most of the stakeholders, or most of the essential or major players or stakeholders at this point. How willing are they to cooperate?
I say they are very willing to cooperate because they can see a way forward. And I mean, we have a challenge with implementing the Water Framework Directive, for instance. And I think that lots of the companies and the trade organizations see a possibility to move forward now. So I think every phone call I make makes a new meeting. So I've never ever been stopped from talking to anyone. And the most important thing I do is put together authorities with the companies to try and understand the perspectives. I think that's a very important part of my role.
Mm. So I guess that is another way of expressing you're still an optimist to create, to leave a better situation than you walked into, sort of.
Absolutely, yes.
Mm. Thank you. So I think we head into we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but that will mean that we have more time for the panel discussion. So I'd like to invite all speakers back to this closing panel discussion. Could I please have, thank you, all speakers now here on the screen in the studio. So we have two new faces. We have Sophie Karler. She's a senior environmental advisor at Järnkontoret, the steel industry association. And we have Victor Falkenström. You are a lawyer and a specialist in environmental law at Hamilton Law Firm. And what you don't know about water management is not worth knowing, right? So, Victor, I'll start with you. What would you say is the most crucial change that needs to be done to today's rules and regulations from your point of view? And explain it like to a 3-year-old. Oh, we have something's wrong there with your sound. Is that here or is it in Karlstad? Karlstad, have you... could you please unmute if you're muted? Sounds like water to me. Okay, let's move into someone else. Sophie, I'll move into you and you try to... I mean, if you unplug your headphones or whatever.
Yes, I'm unmuted.
Oh yeah, so Sophie, your voice sounds loud and clear anyway. So I move on to you. What is the most crucial change you see that needs to be done at this point to create a more efficient water management in Sweden?
I think it's, well, the question is not easy, huh? And we have heard a lot of puzzle pieces, bits and pieces, very intelligent ones from previous speakers. So I'm not going to go through that again. But what comes to mind is everybody talks about being more holistic. And actually, if we put all the pieces together, we will get more holistic. But if we go back to the Water Framework Directive, we have a very intricate and complex directive that is made out of legislation and science, natural science, I would say. And it has 20 years. It's 20 years old. So, of course, we would have liked it to be revised or modernized, but given the conditions today, we have to work with what we have. But what I would say, going back to the holistic view, is that we need to put in more social aspects, societal aspects as well. So going back to legislation and natural science, I would say put in more social science and try to make it better. It's just I would like to put that into the frame because it hasn't been mentioned. And part of that is, of course, the governance model. We haven't talked so much about that. But we have been digging into and analyzing good environmental or water management models in Sweden, but nothing has become concrete. So there's a lot to be done there.
That's true. Victor, do we have Karlstad connected now? No, we don't. We just skip that for a while. And another question, maybe to Malin and Lotta from the mining companies. Why do you think water management issues have been this powerful in the permitting processes? Why has it come this far?
Well, I can start, and maybe Malin can continue. But I think it is because of you have these really clear boundaries. So it's really easy to see, do you meet them or do you not meet them? And that is easy on the surface, so to say, but it is really hard when you try to scratch on that surface, and things are not as easy as those clear boundaries seems to be. But that is why I think it's such a big question in permitting processes, because it is really easy to find some concrete rule or level of a substance in the water that you can really look into.
Malin, do you agree?
Yeah, and I agree totally.
It's measurable. Is that the reason?
Yeah, I think so. It's something to put your hands on and relate to. So that is part of it, I think.
I can understand Victor is with us now.
Yeah, I'm here. Do you hear me better now?
Yeah, loud and clear here in Stockholm. So I repeat my questions. My initial question. What, from your point of view, following this question, this issue closely for many years, what is the most crucial change that needs to be done with today's rules and regulation?
I think the previous speakers are pointing in the right direction. We are talking about proceedings in courts where we are always discussing levels of pollutants, levels of environmental quality standards, and it's not entirely giving the true situation. I think Björn Lidvall explained very eloquent that when we're talking about the court always will side with something that they can relate to, and if someone is presenting a certain number, that gives them something to go with. And unfortunately, things are more complicated than that.
Yeah, surely it sure is. But how would you create such a system without going into too much details that do not rely on numbers and figures or levels?
I think the presentation that mentioned this dossier solution is heading in the right direction. To give a true understanding of the water and how its properties, you have to see to the matter that there are in some instances there are mines, and they have been there for a really long time. You have to give these companies something to some input to the matter, so that EQS are fair, so to speak.
I'd like to go on. Do we have any questions from the audience, Linus?
Yes, we do. We have one question here directed to Björn, and it goes like this. The difficulty in investigating the transport of elements in food webs requires a stronger collaboration between science and industry. Suggestions on how to make that happen?
And that's absolutely true, for sure. But I mean, as soon as you allow that kind of information to be evaluated, I mean, as Victor said in the court, I think it will be we will gather that information. I mean, but as it is today, if that kind of information aren't really used, or it doesn't get the importance in the court, I don't think. I mean, then we won't get it put together. But as long as if the industry knows that they can use it, they will make sure that it's gathered together with science. I mean, I don't know if that's a good answer, but I mean, if we start investigating it, we will learn.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you.
What do you other guys say about that? Do you agree with Björn? Or do you want to add something? I go back once again to LKB Boliden.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. We see that we really need other ways of measuring or looking into how we affect the water systems. So this might be a good way, and I agree. If we can just come up with a plan to do it, then I mean, that is something that everybody should be interested in.
Molly, what do you say?
Well, just to add on what Lotta said, I mean, we are already working with this, so this is on our agenda for our focus during the next year will be on biological follow-up in the waters that are affected by our activities. So of course, in the context of that, we will have to look into what changes do we have to do, and in what way do we do that in the best way, so to say.
Thank you. I have another question for Ulla. What would you say is the state of Swedish waters of today? How is the water doing?
We have luckily much more to do, we've done a lot. And when we started the work many years ago, like 20 years ago, I think we thought that we had much better quality of the water. But we have now realized that we have much more to do, actually. So I think the status is, yeah, we can do a lot more.
Because some say the water quality is actually better today, but you say it's the opposite.
No, I say that it differs over the country. So in some senses it's better, in some it's worse. But I think that we thought that it was much better.
But the water
quality... We have worked with the issues.
Go ahead, please continue.
Because we have worked with the issues for several years. So I think we thought that we have handled, for instance, from the agriculture area, the pollutions. But I think it's a lot more to do.
I mean, as you say, even though it's the water quality is many places good, but it varies from site to site. Is water quality in a threatening environmental problem, would you say?
In some senses, in some areas, it is. But I think we have good work at the municipalities to gather this information. But I mean, things are always happening at new factories or old factories. Things get old. We have an old infrastructure, as I said from the beginning, and things can break, actually. So we should always be working with the issues. It's important.
Okay. What do you want to... I was also, Sophie, for example, what is from your working with iron, the steel industry? What would you like to add to this discussion, having a slightly different, coming from another angle into this issue?
Yes, thank you. I think what strikes me listening to this session is that, I mean, where all the activity sectors we are, including the steel production, we see about the same problems and we face the same problems. So, for example, I mean, the industrial plants that are part of our federation, SSAB, Sandvik, Ovako, Outokumpu, both stainless steel and the larger ones, they are seeing all these permit problems that, for example, permitting procedures that are very lengthy and complicated. But so that doesn't differ. What is at risk right now, I would say, is that because we have a water framework directive that looks the way it does today, it's difficult to predict how we will be able to really do this sustainable development. I mean, develop climate neutral, have climate neutral investments. And of course, you all heard about the hybrid development project where with SSAB together with LKAB and Vattenfall are doing huge investments right now for fossil-free steel production. And there are many projects within that that needs permitting. And so we still don't know here how this will be affected, or we hope not too hindered by the Water Framework Directive right now, because as Johanna was saying before, there are only two possibilities for derogation when you cannot absolutely secure the non-deterioration principle at the single quality factor level. And those two derogation possibilities, they are not, they don't apply to industry. So that's the tricky problem that we are all facing today. But on the positive side, I would like to stress that the Water Framework Directive is, I mean, what has been a hugely innovative piece of legislation, which has done tremendous progress throughout all the European waters. And for example, in Sweden, we have a unique recipient control program that I think we wouldn't have without the Water Framework Directive. So,
so good things with the Water Framework Directive too. Yeah, Victor, do you agree with Sophie on her points?
Yeah, I think so. And what EU basically said that when they said that we won't amend the Water Framework Directive is that now the member states have the power. It's up to them to implement this in the right way. And we still have that power because this is a directive. And we as a country can amend the rules and we can complement the rules and give the applicants of certain permits a better chance of getting to the place that we want them to be, because as mentioned earlier, there's no I don't think that the industry, whether you're talking about the steel or the mining industry, wants anything else than to be in accordance with the rules. But the problem is to show this to the court, to prove that we are in fact in line with the rules. That's the problem, not the will to do so.
Yeah, I agree. I understand we have a few more questions coming in. Linus.
Yes, we do. This one is for Sophie, Victor, and Ulla, and it's about the national versus the EU level. And it goes, what can be done on the national level, and how can that have an impact on the EU regarding water management? Ulla, for instance, or Victor.
I can start answering that question, and the others can fill in, because in Sweden, we have what I think is called in English the Water Management Regulation, which is sort of the implementation of the Water Framework Directive. And as a regulation, it's certainly open to amendments, and it has been amended in certain ways. And we also have talked about the Swedish Maritime Authority, and they can amend their regulations in certain ways without threatening to be in conflict with the Water Framework Directive. It's my opinion that we could do more here. We could use the Water Framework Directive more to be a little bit more on the offense instead of on the defense.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Please continue.
Yes, and I fully agree. There are rooms for exemptions, but I think that the authorities need some guidance regarding this, and we also need to have some good examples to show that it's possible. We are not there yet, but I think it's needed, both the examples but also the courage from the authorities.
All right, thank you.
I agree too, and I think there's also a side to this that maybe not everybody knows, but I mean the Commission itself, the European Commission, has their own sort of management system for water, where they have working groups, expert groups, and so on, and they have been working since 2000 with the Water Framework Directive, and there the member states come in, of course, and are part of this work, and in that framework, the common implementation strategy, Sweden has an important role to play, and I think they haven't really done that enough. I think, for example, thinking about Liselott and Malin in their project, that's where they should bring up the issue of the specific pollutants, and really frame it in the right way, in a more ecosystemic way. So there's a lot, there's a potential there to do much more.
All right, thank you. And also back to the previous question, as a bit of a clarification here. To clarify the question to Björn and the panel, what's the next step to close this gap between science and industry? Can you share your thoughts on that a little bit more, to close the gap between the science and the industry?
That's a very good question. I don't think, maybe I'm not the right person I can definitely not get a complete answer to that. But I mean, following up to what Malin said, I mean, there is lots of investigations performed already, which from my perspective, I think they are related to permit situations. But what we think that is that maybe some of those very extensive investigations that are performed prior to this permit process, if some of that were performed more regularly and in the standardized way, maybe instead of some of the other investigations that are done today, which doesn't really are maybe fully relevant to the mining, maybe lots of information would be present already before when they start the next permit process, and then you could compare it with other mining sites, and I mean together we will get lots of information. I think lots of this is already present, but it needs to be collected and evaluated in the standardized way, and I mean that should probably not be done by consultants. That should be a couple of PhD studies probably. I mean, I think if the mining companies thought that this could be used to a high extent in the permit process, then I think there's lots of initiatives that will start quite quickly. And I think that then there you have a connection to the university. The data is already collected, but someone needs to put it together.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wants to talk about...
Yeah. Sorry, I'll just compliment Björn, saying that there has been, during all these years since the Water Framework Directive started, there has been a number of investigations at the EU level, where, for example, the metal and mining industry, since we are in this framework here, have put in lots and lots of millions to really investigate the effects of metals in environment. And so I think the science is there in a way. I think that's also what Björn said. I think what is important here is the level of trust and sort of going beyond borders. And somebody spoke about transformative changes in the morning. Well, this is about transformative changes. We really need to start working much more across the borders here between industry and authorities and science and policy and so on. This is the time.
Yes, and I can also add what I already talked about, or we already talked about. This is exactly what we want. We are planning to do more work in this area, and we want to do this in cooperation with others, with authorities as well, so we can move forward, so we can agree on that we are on the right track, and that we actually can use this knowledge in permitting processes, for example. So we are really, that's our goal and our aim at the moment from our side.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Emma?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have some final words? Do you want to add something? Otherwise, we will wrap this last session of today up. Okay. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, all participants and viewers, for tuning in today and for your contributing to this vivid environmental conference despite this digital format. It's been, like we have been repeating, it's our very first digital conference, so we hope you enjoyed it. Or if you see any chances of us improving in any ways, because we're continuing tomorrow, don't hesitate, just let us know. Write us an email and tell us what we need to, how we could improve. Anyway, now we are closing this first day of the Svemin Environmental Conference. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning we will be back. And use the second link to join us tomorrow. Or you can, there are different ways to finding the environmental conference tomorrow. So you can go to YouTube and you search for the Svemin YouTube channel and you will find the broadcast there. Or you can just go to the Svemin webpage, svemin.se, and you will find everything you need there. And you can just tune in at 9 o'clock. So at 9 o'clock we will have the fourth session of the environmental conference, and that's on tailings dams safety. Very interesting and very important. And at 11 o'clock we will have the last of our 5 sessions, and that's on traceability and certification. And we will be talking a lot about the Svemin project TraceMet. So thank you very much for today, and see you tomorrow morning. Bye bye.